Well, well, Argent, it's great to be here on the show tonight, on the night of this pivotal election that's going to be such a big fucking deal. I think by the end of it, things will mostly be the same, although we can never rule out another justo majority government. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully we see a strong result for the People's Party tonight. One thing I thought that was interesting as I watched the CBC coverage was one of the first girls was saying, comparing the People's Party to Donald Trump and saying that there might be a surprise, which I thought was a big concession from the mainstream media on the CBC, where she said, the floor is 5 to 7%. And she talked about 20% in Alberta. Now, to be fair, this was some dumb feminist looking bitch on the CBC that might have no idea what she's talking about. But I thought just to have the People's Party discussed in such terms was a big Overton window shift from what we saw last time, where the party was basically ignored from Jump Street, ended up under 2%, and it was a massive failure. I'm really hoping tonight to see the People's Party hit 5% at least. And hopefully Max wins a seat in the Bows, and that's what I'm looking for tonight. So,
Well, we'll see. I mean, I remember at the time I was kind of involved somewhat in conservative politics. And we all thought that like Max was just nuts and he went on a rampage. He was just kind of like taking his ball and going home. I admit I voted for Sheer in the last
oh no,
election.
buddy,
Sorry?
no, buddy, no. It's all right, buddy. I voted fucking PPC last time, but I'll tell you, fuck. I think Max was might have been smarter to not split the party because if he did, he would be the leader of the Conservatives now. But at the same time, now he's able to make maybe in a more effective systemic level change if he's able to pull the Conservatives to the right. Although this is all just kind of a LARP anyway, because as much as it's fun to talk about the parties and the politics and analyzing it, I think we're fucked no matter what.
No, this
So,
country, there's no country in the West I have less hope for than Canada. Because, and maybe it's nice to have another Canadian on, but I feel like there's very little public opposition to the nonsense we're going through compared to like the US or France or even the UK.
yeah, it's just like it seems like everybody's almost in agreement, not just with the political parties, but like the average man on the street in most places is agreeing with this agenda, it seems. There's probably a greater percentage of people that agree with us than we realize. But unfortunately, everybody that feels the way we feel is atomized, isolated, alone. They're not contributing to they're not influencing their communities. And so it does feel a lot of the time very hopeless. But, as Christian, I know you're a Christian, I've been a Christian, we do have to realize that our kingdom is not of this earth, that there probably will never be a paradise on this earth. Focus on the hereafter. We got to do our best. Obviously, we have a duty and an obligation to try and improve the lives of our fellow man. But it's not really so surprising that on an imperfect earth we would have imperfect governments. But it's a shame. It's a shame how bad things are here,
Yeah,
for
but
sure.
even like in America, and you can say what you want, Texas did reduce abortions by 90%, which was.
Hey, hey, this is a big win, and I think a lot of people don't recognize just how big of a win Texas and what they've been doing is. And it absolutely is possible to make incremental improvements. And the people that would tell you, oh, it's impossible to make an incremental improvement or to fight for the things that we believe in within the system they're wrong. We can have some, victories,
uh,
but
I don't really know in
it's
Canada,
hard to
but
change those.
I mean, to be, like the GOP sucks, but I'm gonna give them a little credit. A lot of them have passed like anti-social media censorship bills, or are trying to pass pro-life legislation. My point just being like in the context of Canada, it's just we don't have any of that. This country's just completely checked out of everything.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I would have voted for O'Toole this time, even though I had voted for the People's Party this time, or last time rather. Except for that, there just wasn't anything I looked at in terms of the Conservative Party that I could vote for now, because he's flip flopped on the gun control. And as soon as he flip flopped on that, I said, what am I voting for then? Okay, like you're pro choice, you're pro gay marriage. They're never going to lower taxes on, people like me or you, people that are middle class or working class. The only taxes that are ever going to be lowered by the conservative government, and I hate to say, it's just the rich. It's for the rich. And, people that are on the bottom that are culturally conservative at a certain point need to wake up and be like, I really want to keep being abused? You know, do I want to keep giving my consent to these people that really don't represent any of the things I care about? They don't care about my gun rights. They don't care about abortion. They don't care about gay marriage. They
They
don't
won't
care
stop the
about.
state from taking your kids away and cutting their
And
dicks off.
yes, they won't. They won't. They don't give a fuck. And the immigration, the replacing of the ethnic Canadian population, this country that Anglos and French people came over and fought and died for to establish, we are just surrendering to a new population for nothing. And none of the parties want to talk about that, including the People's Party.
Well, they
And
want
I
to
think there,
reduce overall, didn't they?
I mean, the thing is, it's like instead of bringing in 350,000, it's bringing 100,000. I think, even if we were bringing zero from this point forward, we would still have significant problems with social cohesion and with multiculturalism. So it's fucked.
No, like I agree. I guess I'd almost kind of say like if you're digging a hole, I guess it's better if the hole's being dug a little is substantially slower. My kind of view on voting is if there's like an actual difference, then you should vote. Like the people who live in states where the GOP is actually trying to pass anti-social media censorship bills or something, you should go support them. But you shouldn't vote for
Yes.
fake conservative parties just because they aren't the other guy. I think is my
Ex-
perspective.
exactly. I mean, look, that's the takeaway that I think most reasonable people have at this point. I mean, if you're going in there and voting for some rhino cocksucker in the States, or you're coming in here and voting for the Conservative Party, even though you know that it's not going to do anything for you, I mean, you're just wasting everybody's time. And I think it's actually counterproductive at this point to support this iteration of the Conservative Party. I think, honestly, I would sooner take another 4 years of Mr. Trudeau um, and getting shit on by him than put in somebody that's going to pacify the population even further. The people who think like me and make them feel like they're winning or they're in charge, when in fact, it's just as bad, if not worse, because of the pacification factor. Because I just don't see the major differences between the parties anymore. And this is one of the major problems is it's like there's no real choice. There's just an illusion of choice. And people have said that for 20, 30 years, but I don't think it's ever been more true than now. There just
I think
is
Harper and
no
Trudeau were
clear
actually
difference.
fairly different on. I mean,
Yes.
at least on some issues.
Well, I voted for Mr. Harper. And to be honest with you, I would again, even though his immigration policies were really bad. And this was the thing too, is it was like I also thought about voting for O'Toole up until basically the moment I cast my ballot, just simply because I really don't like Justin. And he's such an embarrassment and he makes me so ashamed. If I ever talk to anybody from the States or the UK, like with Godwinson, and they just like they look at footage of this man and they think he's a joke. They don't understand how my country could possibly have this guy as the leader, and I feel shame, great shame.
So
So I almost wanted to get replace him just with somebody more professional, but it's it's
my
tough.
father is a very gentle, good-natured person who doesn't really hate anybody. He's like a red Tory or whatever, but he really,
Yes.
really hates Justin because of how Justin shows up at funerals and starts crying and makes it about himself. And he just finds him like really just narcissistic and gross. Um,
Yeah.
Someone who I'm a little more disappointed with is I didn't think Dougie would be great, but I thought he'd be better than he was. Or rather is. I mean, I voted for him just because I wanted Kathleen Wynne gone. Oh, I think PPP has. Oh no, he's back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Sorry
can hear
about
you now.
that.
I was.
No, I voted for Doug also, and I was very, very disappointed in what I got. I thought he would actually be legitimate. I thought, when the results came in on that election night, me and Surfer were both together. We were so excited. That was the first election he had ever voted conservative. And he was like, wow, things are going to finally change, And I had a little bit of hope that at least things would get better in Ontario. And we all hated Kathleen Wynne. But I'll tell you this, I just don't think things got any better for anybody, really, in Ontario under Doug. The first 6 months of him, there was things that he was doing that I really liked. And I was saying, well, he's getting things done, he's doing well. But then the next 6 months came, it was a little bit more disappointing. Then all the COVID shit hit. Since then, I just haven't been able to support him because his policy on COVID has just been so abhorrently terrible. How can I possibly support it? It's just trash.
Well, and I mean, and I just because I feel because my audience I sometimes gives me crap for this. When this whole thing started, I was fairly in favor of a lot of the COVID stuff, just because of like
Mm-hmm.
the images coming out of China and it looked really bad. But kind of, I guess, earlier this year, I just kind of realized it's not working. But I just feel like I could forgive Doug for the first year or something because no one knew what the hell was going on. But I just
Yeah.
want to, like, at some point in my life, not have to wear a mask anymore.
Well, and this is the thing is, I have people in my family who took it and, thought that they wouldn't have to wear a mask, and now they still have to wear a mask, the vaccine, and they're frustrated. They don't understand why the hell they would take a vaccine when it provides them zero benefit in society. In fact, the only benefit is that you're not going to get punished any further, but you still have to wear a mask. And it's bullshit, man. Especially, for me, I wear glasses, and wearing a mask, like, it's
I
fucked.
do
My
too.
glasses get all fogged up. If it wasn't for that, it wouldn't be so fucking bad. But it's shitty. And it's one thing if it was a society that, I believed in. And it's a sacrifice for the collective good. And I understand those arguments. That's where me and Surfer would kind of differ is I believe that, if it is for the good of the collective of our society, maybe the individual should make some sacrifices. But this, at some point, has to stop. It can only be a temporary measure. I mean, wars end at a certain point, right? And it's the same thing here. But it just seems like it's going to be never ending, that we're going to be wearing masks for the rest of our life. Hold on here, I'm getting a phone call.
So yeah, once again, it's just. I mean, the company I work for now hasn't required vaccines yet, but I'm sure it was going to. I was interviewing for some jobs in some other provinces. I'm just talking to the chat now, but yeah, and some of them would have probably required me to get vaccinated. I mean, I don't think I ever said I wasn't going to. My issue is more just that I didn't think it would do anything.
Well, this is the thing. I don't really think it's actually going to protect you from COVID. It's kind of a pacifying measure to tell everybody it's going to be okay. Um, but it's not. It's the same thing with the masks. Um, that being said, with the COVID pandemic, initially, like you, especially when Mr. Medicare, was doing his shows about COVID, I thought, holy fuck, what the fuck is this shit? This has come a bioweapon from a lab. It's going to fuck everybody up. Then, as it went on, we realized it was a lot less dangerous than we thought. That being said, I'm not going to deny that isn't any potential danger to it. Because I do think that this was a disease or a virus that was engineered in some lab in China to have some sort of ill effect on perhaps a certain segment of the population, targeted towards a certain people. The effects might not show up for a long period of time. So I still think there's some potential of danger from the virus, but a degree of danger to which we're going to create a second class tier of citizen where we're going to implement vaccine passports and stuff like this. Vaccine passports and all that seem to me the doorways to tyranny in a really big way. And I'm just shocked that somehow, according to the opinion polls, which you can't always believe, that most Canadians are in favor of this. It's just staggering to me that they can't recognize the potential dangers of such a system. If somebody wants to take the vaccine, good on them. But to try and coerce members of the population into taking the vaccine, I think is a bit fucked up. And if we actually lived in a high trust society, measures like this would not be necessary. If this was an all white society and we had certain social values that we agreed on, people would want to take the vaccine because they would trust their government. But people don't trust their government because it's fucked. So it's just, to me, it's like, trust us on this vaccine. But if you don't do as we say, we're going to fuck you up. It's hard to have trust for a government that does that. You know what I mean?
I mean, and I think some people, because I was never like said I wouldn't take the vaccine as an ideological thing. And I think some people, because like when I got vaccinated, some people said I was going to hell for taking it.
Well, you're not going to go to hell. It's a bit fucking silly, to.
Oh, you cut out there for a minute.
Sorry, Argent. I was saying these same people will tell you not to fear the government because the government can't destroy your body and soul. But they'll tell you that this vaccine destroyed your soul and that there's no attempt to redeem your soul, right? So it's kind of silly. They speak out of both sides of their mouth on stuff like this, where it's like the government could never take away your soul, but if you complied with their policy, your soul is forever damned. I don't know. These same people need to have a look at, was it Romans chapter 11 and or 13? I think it's 13 actually, where it talks about perhaps to be in submission to the government and to comply with the government as well. And that's something a lot of Christians don't want to hear, is to be subject to the civil authorities and to obey the laws of the state also. Um, Again, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I think the way they're handling it, like vaccine passports, are insane. But I mean, I just personally figured sooner or later they're going to require it to work, and I'd rather risk the vaccine fucking me up than not being able to have a job. I think it's just a decision everyone has to make on their own.
Yeah, everybody has to make that decision for themselves, and it's a very tough decision. And I think to take a hardline stance that, if somebody has a family and they have a job to provide for that family, to tell them you should lose that job, let your children starve, let your wife go out on the street, that's a very hard thing to say. It's a very easy thing to say when you're a single white man, right? And you don't have anybody depending on you. And, you have people to fall back on if you fucking can't work. It's a very hard thing to say to somebody who's actually established in real life, and has things to lose, right? Um, anyway, let's see here. Where do we stand right now in terms of the election? Because I'm going to probably pop out here for a little bit, and then I'll probably pop back in an hour or two when we have some idea more so of what's going on.
I'm just looking at it. So far we have all of these ones like do these. Let's see here. I guess the Liberals are just leaving on the East Coast, but Like, who
Yeah, do we
cares?
see any blue? I think I saw two blue seats actually.
It looks
Uh,
like I'm not sure what it was last time, but it looks like they picked up a couple in Newfoundland.
that's interesting. So yeah, I see here that the Liberals are leading in 7 seats and the Conservatives are leading in 3. Now, when Mr. Trudeau won his first majority in 2015, we didn't see any blue out here. Not any blue. Um, Now, this looks like this is minority territory just from the initial results, because it's a little bit better, probably, even than the Conservatives did last time out here. And this is an area of the country where the Liberals traditionally dominate. It's an area of the country where there's, traditionally very high unemployment. People want a strong social safety net. People want EI protections because they're out of work. And here we see the New Democrats are now actually have taken the lead in a riding out here in the Maritimes. So we'll see if that holds up.
Okay,
But
sorry,
if that
just
was
I pulled it up. So last time the Liberals got 6 seats in Newfoundland and the NDP got one, and it looks like the Conservatives are up two at the moment.
it's interesting. It's very interesting to see as the night progresses what's going to take place. But I wouldn't say that this initial result is too encouraging for the Liberal government and Mr. Trudeau at all. But it's so early to say anything.
The Conservatives
Um,
got no seats in got 3 seats in New Brunswick, and other than that, they had nothing in the Maritimes.
I want to see Nova Scotia because I believe the Conservatives, it was just about a month or two ago, won a provincial election out there. And people have been hyping up that the Conservatives could win some seats in Nova Scotia this time. So we'll see. I think one thing that would be interesting to see is if the PPC poll, let's say 5-6% nationwide, and the Conservatives somehow, by some miracle, won a minority government. I mean, the Conservatives at that point would probably have to go to the table with Maxime No and say, like, this, you cost us the majority. We need to reform the party. What would you take for that? What would you do? You think that that situation is a possibility? And what do you think would happen in that situation?
I'm not really sure. Do you think that they'll let O'Toole go again? Have another chance?
I don't know. I think if he gets a minority government here, he'll get another chance. Otherwise, I don't foresee him having another chance. I just think he's too bland. He's too milk toast. He's too generic. And that's why I thought he would never be prime minister, is because you kind of want to have some sort of personality. But as we saw with Joe Biden in the States, that line of thinking that I've had isn't reality. People a lot of time will go with a bland milk toast guy because it's not so scary. So maybe, Mr. O'Toole will get another chance, but I don't think so. I think Peter MacKay is probably buzzing around for another bite at the apple.
Oh
Um,
boy.
yeah, and it'll be the same thing, right? If O'Toole loses, it'll just be an excuse to shift the Conservatives further to the left in a lot of ways because they'll try and claim that he was a left winger, that or too right wing. He was true blue, and that's why he lost the election. But he basically sold out those true blue credentials as soon as he got the chance. And one of the most devastating, I was talking with my brother, and the reason he's decided to vote People's Party this time instead of Conservative when he voted Conservative last time. He looked at some of the Liberal attack ads where it's O'Toole just flip-flopping on issue after issue, and he said, how could I possibly trust this guy? This guy's a fucking chameleon. This guy's a snake. I can't trust him. And he's flip-flopping the wrong way. You can't even say, oh, well, at least he's saying the right thing now. He might have flip-flopped, but at least he's saying the right thing now. I mean, he's flip-flopped in the wrong direction on all of these issues. So you can't even cope like that like you could with a Mitt Romney. So he fucking voted People's Party. And pretty much everybody in my family, with the exception of my father, who voted Conservative, voted People's Party. So I don't know. I'm hoping that the loss of support amongst the People Party bloc forces the Conservatives to take a good hard look in the mirror and say, well, what are our priorities? Like, we can't win these elections without our base, and maybe there'll be a shift that way. But again, a lot of this is just a cope, and it's just analysis for fun within the mainstream paradigm.
I feel like they just hate. They hate us, and I mean, and even I'm someone who like works a white collar job in an urban center, but they hate people like you and me, I think, so much, the political elites, that they won't abandon, the conservative leadership won't abandon regardless, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to actually see any sort of real change, but it's fun to speculate and say what would happen, what would happen. Throughout this whole coverage, I mean, you have to kind of take everything that I'm saying at least with a grain of salt, because it's kind of for some sort of entertainment value. Because this sort of shit can be really dry and really depressing. And as I get throughout the night and I get more and more inebriated, the quality of the analysis may go down in terms of the analytical perspective, but it may go up in terms of entertainment value, which is what I think on your channel people seek maybe the analytical a bit more. On my channel they seek a bit more of the entertainment. And so it's a good little fusion here where hopefully people are happy with the overall product. Where would you see the New Democrats going after tonight? Do you think that Jagmeet Singh will still be the leader tomorrow morning? I've heard he's in danger of losing his seat there in, was it Burnaby South?
I don't know if he loses it. If he loses his seat, he might not get to continue on as leader. I'm not sure exactly. I actually don't know. I have no idea how the NDP is going to do. I kind of feel like the Green Party, what's her name, might stay on as leader just for, like...
Oh, surely not.
Reasons.
Surely not. She has to go. Any self-respecting Green needs to realize she needs to go. I've actually really liked the Green Party's platform at certain points. I've thought they've had some policy proposals that are actually good in the past. Not everything in their platform is bad or good, but they've had some interesting ideas as a party, and I think they need to be led by somebody who's just a little bit more serious than this stupid bitch. So
That's
hopefully her ass is gone.
I probably agree with the Greens on as many, or probably more things than the Conservatives, just on policy level.
And I knew a lot of guys that I used to talk to and stuff who were conservative guys who ended up joining the Green Party, trying to shift it more in a right-wing direction. And I think that's something that is really crucially underexploited or under-tapped into, is a conservative movement that actually taps into environmental concerns. I think a lot of conservatives really do care about the quality of, our lakes, our rivers, our forests, because they're hunters, they're fishermen, they're outdoorsmen and sportsmen, and they don't want to see it be spoiled and shit all over. They don't want to live in that. And I mean, that's like, again, the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters is a big conservative lobby group that, almost I think should have more influence in terms of like conservative environmental policy and things like this, but you just don't see it as much. And I think that that's something that, there are conservative voters who would care about that. But instead of focusing on issues that would actually matter to the everyday, because we're talking about carbon taxes and shit like this, which is kind of a waste of time. But that's just me. I'm going on my digression about the green conservative thing. But honestly, the Green Party has had policies in the past that are good. And I just want to see that party, because it's just a party that tries to influence ideas more so than actually govern. I'd like to see that party run by somebody who would be more an effective parliamentarian than this black Wakanda bitch who's not going to do anything for anyone. But that's just me. Okay, the Bloc Québécois. Where do you see this being a big night for the Bloc, Argent, or do you think that it will be another disappointment.
I actually have no idea. I mean, I think it probably just comes down to Quebec. Because we had that surprise where Quebec completely shifted for the NDP. So it's kind of. If Quebec just stays the status quo, I mean, I've called the whole thing a nothing poutine, so I don't think anything's going to happen.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I was listening to that. I thought that was a good little analogy, nice way to make it a little bit of Canadiana.
But
Um,
if Quebec shifted, that's really the only way I could see the Liberals or Conservatives getting a majority government or anything significant happening. I think the Liberals will probably just lose a couple seats, but it'll just be the same as what happened before.
yeah, no, you're probably right. I'm hoping for something interesting. I'm hoping for something surprising. As we're seeing these results come in now, it's the Liberals leading 12 seats, the Conservatives 2, the NDP 1. Um, it's hard to say anything yet. Um, I think the Bloc might do very well in Quebec. I think Quebec is going to be this deciding factor. People in the media were hyping up this idea that Quebec is rallying around that debate question about Quebec being racist that was asked to the Bloc leader. I don't know if that's really the case. I don't know if that's just like the mainstream media forcing a narrative or not. But if that is what the election in Quebec has become about now, then you would expect the Bloc to have a really good night. Um, if that's not what the election has become about, I'm thinking the Liberals will continue to hold on to power in Quebec. I can't see the Conservatives having a surge, but you never know. Quebec is Quebec, and they do crazy things. So
It's just sad in Quebec that like all of their kind of a lot of their intolerance is just like anti-Christian. For a lot of it is just them like
yeah,
trying to ban all expressions of faith from the public. It's like we're going to ban crucifixes to own the libs and stuff like that. But I don't know.
yeah. It's. I mean, what it is it's the continue ever since the Quiet Revolution in Quebec and all this, they've had this push towards secularism. I understand it because the province was to a large degree run by like the Catholic Church and stuff like this for the longest time, and so you have a pushback against that sort of church merging with the state, but it's kind of overcorrected to a certain point. Although, I always try and cope and use Quebec. Oh, well, they banned the burqa. We're not that bad. But when you really look at it, yeah, it is rooted more in an anti-Christian rhetoric than it is an anti-Islam or anti-Hindu rhetoric. Um,
Or,
so it's a shame.
or what they'll do is they'll do the thing they do in Britain where like Christian is a code word for Muslim, like how in Britain they'll be like, "Oh, we're against Eastern European immigration" when they mean Pakis.
Yeah, you know how it is. Well, here now the Conservatives are leading in 4 seats in the Maritimes. We'll see if that holds up. Um, but I wonder what the results were last time overall for the Conservatives in the Maritimes.
They
I'm
won,
not
I
too
think,
sure.
3 seats in New Brunswick, and they lost all the others.
So this would be a 1 seat improvement, and the NDP would be holding steady. Um, I don't know. It's not looking like the Liberals are picking up seats out here. It's looking like it's either holding the same or going to be a bit of a loss. And I think we're going to be repeating that over and over again. It's either holding the same or a bit of a loss,
I
right?
think though the Conservatives might lose a couple in the West, which will offset whatever the Liberals lose out here,
Yeah.
or the NDP will
Well,
pick up a couple.
so, somebody's asked, when does Kraut come into the stream? Might as well if he's chilling with PPP. Well, maybe I'll give Mr. Kraut a call. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't think he'd show up at this hour in
No,
Germany.
that's quite all right.
You don't want to speak with the renowned savior, Mr. Kraut?
The renowned YouTube scholar.
The renowned YouTube scholar. That's right. That's right. Oh, Mr. Kraut. I don't know. We can all hold things against Kraut for being a skeptic and being a liberal. I just look at him as a relic of a different time, a more fun time in the political discourse and sphere where he was trying his gay ops and he was getting blown out by JF and the race realists and shit like that. And I just think it's fun to have a guy like that around, continuing to like debase himself for the amusement of alt-righters and associating with me. I just think that's fantastic. But I'm sure some members of your audience would be mortified to hear something like that. But oh well, oh well. Let's see here. Ian Smith, there are mixed views on Jagmeet in India. His views on separatism are considered to be controversial, to put it lightly. No, Jagmeet is not wanted on terror charges, at least not yet. Yeah, there is mixed views on him in India. He's not wanted on terror charges. I don't know. I have actually a lot of respect for Jagmeet as opposed to a lot of the fucking leaders.
Really?
Yeah, I think that he always is very true to himself and to what his politics are, and I think he's a good representative for his politics. And I think he's the face of what progressivism will be in about 10 years. Maybe not now, but we'll see the progressive, liberal, and NDP leaders looking a lot more like him going forward in the future.
You mean like in the sense that the NDP is not pretending to be like the Workers' Party, where like guys wear hard hats and that sort of thing?
Exactly. I mean, it's a party of the elite now. It's a party of like champagne socialists. It's not like a union party. Like Jagmeet doesn't pretend like this is a party of union workers or anything like that. He's just like, look, this is a party for people in the Greater Toronto area and British Columbia. And there's no pretensions toward, like with Jack Layton or other NDP leaders of the past, there's no pretension towards that. So I can kind of respect that more. And I've always found him to be a bit quicker on his feet than some of the other leaders. I thought his 2019 debate performance was actually pretty good in terms of casting Bernier as a Nazi and humiliating Bernier. I thought he did a good job at that. Which is what his job is. And I thought he did a good job attacking Trudeau. Now, in this most recent debate, his performance, I thought, was very disappointing for the New Democrats.
I admit, dude, I was thinking about doing a stream, and then I just saw the absolute freak show. Justin, Mr. Bland, Jagmeet, that black Jewish woman. It was just like, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Oh fuck! I'm sitting like halfway through it, and I was almost glad that Surfer was there giving his drunken take, because it's like, this is a clown show, so let's get the circus in fucking town. Like, let's go, because it was just so bad. The worst part was
anything.
Oh fuck! Well, like foreign policy isn't even a fucking question. It's not even something that's being discussed as one of the categories, which is one of the prime federal responsibilities. Nobody seems to give a fuck about that anymore. There was a little bit of talk about China, which I thought Mr. O'Toole really missed out on an opportunity to just pillory Justin on the Uyghur genocide, and Jagmeet should have dogpiled there on the Uyghur genocide stuff and just accused Mr. Trudeau of being the next Hitler from the left, is what Jagmeet, the Green Party leader, seemed more with it than Jagmeet at that time, which I was surprised to see, because usually he'll be more aggressive, but that didn't happen.
I do know some people who voted for the Conservative Party because they I think that being fairly tough on China is one of their few actual policies. So
yeah, I mean, and that was an area where they could have actually drew some blood against him, but it just wasn't allowed to happen. The debate was a disaster. It was a joke. It further reinforced how lost our country is. Do we have anything else we want to bring up? And then I'll probably check out and come back in an hour or so when we have a bit more results.
No, not at the moment. When you leave, I'll bring Settlers Lament in, and then we'll see who's around when you come back. My friend Serp might be on.
I'll give my overall prediction. I think we're looking at a liberal minority government. I think we're looking at the NDP maybe picking up 5 seats, Conservatives maybe picking up the same, and the PPC about 5%. And I think Max will lose his seat in the Beauce, is what I think.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he wins, but he lost it last time. Maybe there's enough momentum this time, but I'm not so optimistic about the PPC getting the seat. I don't know where else in the country we would look. Maybe to Randy Hillier's daughter's seat, somebody has said in Ontario is vulnerable, but I don't know about that. I'm hoping that Bernier wins that seat, because if not, you're looking at, if the People's Party is like at 2% again, Bernier doesn't win a seat. I mean, he's talked of the leadership review, but here's the thing: like, the party is Maxime Bernier. It's like a cult of personality, really. There's nothing other than him, and you may as well just fucking fold the party at that point, and then we'll just like vote Conservative till the end of time and just get felted. So, unless we see some improvement, I won't be voting People's Party next time. Okay. You got anything else for me? Any questions or anything like that? Or otherwise, I'll catch you in an hour.
Okay, I'll talk to you in an hour.
Okay.
Thanks for coming
on. All right,
on.
sounds good, man. No worries. I wanted to come on. I wanted to talk with you because I think you try and be very reasonable. You try and give as articulate a take as you can, and as honest a take as you can, and I really respect that. So I hope you have a good night.
Thanks.
All right.
See you later.
Yeah.
Okay, settlers, if you're there, I'm sending out the link, so feel free to jump on. So that was PPP, People's Populist Press. He runs I guess you could say a mixture of different stuff, drama. He does some reviews of stuff, a little bit of political stuff. Kind of a variety channel like mine, I suppose you could say, but... Ow, 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 ow. Sorry, Rain was on my lap and she just freaked out and bit me. Ow, ow, get off me, cat. But, yeah, so. So, that's good. It's nice. I've been wanting to have PPP on for a while. I've just never really known how to contact him. He actually reached out to me, and I'm thankful. That was a good conversation. So let's see here. Let's take a little bit of look at the polls for the moment. Settlers Lament will probably be on. Serp might be on later. Serp, of course, lives in a different time zone, so he probably has... We'll see when he gets on. But, don't worry. Oh, hey, Settlers. Good to see you, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad. Yourself?
I'm doing all right. I don't know. I mean, I feel like this whole election is it's like you said, it's a nothing poutine. It's boring. I'd be very surprised if we got anything other than a liberal minority today. Um, if we're really, really lucky, Maxime Bernier will win his seat. That's really all we're looking at.
Yeah, so like I'm looking at it's hard to tell just because we're at the point where a lot of them are just at like 20, 30 votes. So it's kind of hard to know. The Canadian poll
Yeah, I
maps
mean,
are not
if
as
you
good as
look
the
at
American ones.
if you look at Newfoundland, it's at like 10-20% reporting in some places. So
Generally, it doesn't change that much after that.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you wanted a slightly more exact prediction from me, I'd say the Conservatives are overall going to probably pick up a few seats, but still probably going to be a liberal minority.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean that's probably what's going to happen. Just looking at global news, so the Conservatives have picked up. It looks like one seat in Newfoundland and three in Nova Scotia. So, but I don't think it matters because I think they're going to lose a couple seats in the West because they won literally every seat in or almost every seat in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba.
Yeah, it or I think last time, I think last time Manitoba was they only won the majority of the seats in Manitoba. Um, I think the NDP still won quite a few seats there. But yeah,
Yeah,
they
you're
they
correct.
really dominate. Yeah.
Conservatives won seven, Liberals and NDP won seven together.
Okay. Yeah. Um, but yeah, they dominated Saskatchewan and Alberta. Um, and yeah, I know they'll probably lose a few. I don't know the most interesting election is Maxine's Bernier's seat. Uh, I don't think he really has much of a chance at winning it. Uh, last election was probably the most likely time for him to retain it if he were to have, and he obviously didn't. Um, there was one poll I saw that put him just 1% behind the conservative there, but most of the other polls put him closer to 10% behind. Um, and actually, last election, he was polling like just slightly under the conservative most of the time, and he ended up losing by I think about 10%. So he was really in the polls. It was really overestimating how well he'd do in his home riding. Um, so that I don't know that that could be the case again today. Um, I don't know the PPC. I guess the practical argument for voting for the PPC, and I did for anyone um, who wants the Settlers Lament update. I did vote for the PPC, and I mean it's not really much time to vote anymore. But if anyone was still thinking of voting on the last minute, I would encourage voting for the PPC. Um, but the practical argument for voting for the PPC would be that they could possibly force the Conservative Party to try and look to their rightward flank and not constantly being more and more moderate and trying to get more voters from the Liberals. Um, will that really do anything? I don't know. I kind of doubt it. Especially since I know I'm pretty skeptical that the much larger support to the PPC has gotten this election is a result of anything that's really real. It's probably mostly just the result of the lockdown stuff and Vaxport stuff. I don't. I imagine a lot of the support they've been getting will evaporate by next election.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think just solely based on salt, it's worth voting for them. Maybe that's kind of a petty reason, but just if they got like 5-10%, just how much like upset some people would be.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know just today, I had I was I was speaking with some people, and this one progressive lady just sort of casually compared the PPC to the Nazis, and it's just stupid.
Nazis were a libertarian party. What can I say?
Yeah, yeah, no, it's
Hitler was a
and it's
libertarian.
so true, and the thing is, like these people really believe it.
No, they do.
Like I Yeah, and I know, and even the conservatives, I know they're terrified of a conservative government. I've heard, I've I hang around these people enough. I've heard them like just act as though if the conservatives get in power, I don't even know what they think they'll do. But they are actually terrified of it. Um, so yeah, I don't know, and certainly if they heard that the PPC gets like 5-10%, that's going to own a lot of libtards. Um, so yeah, I mean that's the main reason. Really, I mean the main people I was the main people I was planning on owning by voting for the PPC are really the Conservatives, though. I really want the Conservative Party to know that they cannot win elections while just completely ignoring the right-wing side of their base.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not asking for much. Like, if the Conservative Party could just commit to modest immigration reductions and some sort of abortion policy, I might actually vote for them. But they just do nothing to appeal to me whatsoever. So I just don't know why I should.
Oh, sorry, just a update. So I misread it. So the Conservatives got 4 seats in the Atlantic last time. They got 1 in Nova Scotia, so they're currently up 5. No, 4. Yep, 4. But I think they're gonna lose the same number in Western Canada.
Yeah. I mean, I guess really where there aren't that many seats in Atlantic Canada to begin with. So really this is just something we're seeing as as a representation of what will end up happening in Ontario and Quebec. If the Conservatives are able to pick up some seats there, then they might even have a chance at getting a minority. But like I said, I think that's pretty unlikely. If I put money on it, it'd definitely be on a liberal minority.
Because I don't think they're gonna get like 69% in Alberta and 64% in Saskatchewan again. So they might lose a couple there. So
yeah. I mean,
hey,
they probably will. I mean,
yeah, I came on. Continue talking though, and then you can have me talk if you want me to talk.
I don't know.
It looks like you're in a pretty complex.
So there isn't much to talk about.
Is there any possibility at all of the the People's Party having a seat?
No. Let's be real.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't. No. I mean, I'd say there's like a tiny possibility Maxime could win back his seat, but that's it. There's definitely no other seat that there's even a slight possibility of them winning.
Really gonna get something like 10% of the popular vote, though?
I'm gonna press X to doubt on that one.
Okay, I was just wondering if
they'll probably get somewhere between 5 and 10.
Tyrellian told me that like they're the most anti-COVID party, so I thought that they're going to get votes solely because of that.
They might do better than the Green Party. That would be pretty cool.
Well, I assume the Green Party is going to lose all its seats.
Well, I mean, no. the Greens have been polling. The Greens have been polling at like 3 or 4%. I'd be surprised if the PPC didn't do better than them.
They're going to do better in popular vote, but I don't think that there's I think that. I mean, isn't where most of the PPC are situated? Isn't that going to be in Alberta? It's going to result in the Liberals gaining seats from votes splitting from Conservatives?
Yes. I don't know. We don't really know where their voter base is located at the moment, to be perfectly honest. It could be Alberta. It could be Quebec. It's probably going to be diffused over Canada. There's a couple, like, super yuppie, I don't know, whatever, granola crunching ridings in British Columbia that just always vote Green. So they'll probably keep those.
I thought the Greens last election didn't they win a seat in Atlantic Canada?
Yes, they did. I think they did. I can't remember if that was the reason or what. Or if someone defected. But I mean, how can you disagree with... Okay, guys, I'm gonna give you a warning, a trigger warning before I post this. Ah! That's the leader of the Green Party.
So you also believe it's a nothing Putain settler?
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
it's
this
such
is probably
aggressive hubris. for Trudeau to
Yeah,
call
I
it
mean,
in the middle of
I
the
think this is
pandemic.
by far the most boring election of my lifetime.
It's
I was
just
much more invested in all the prior
hubristic to
Canadian
me.
elections.
Did you vote People's Party as well?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
did.
both
There's no way I'm voting for the Conservative Party. I mean, I don't want to say that I'd never vote for them again. I could under the right circumstances. But under current circumstances, unless they change pretty significantly, I can't imagine voting for them ever again.
So in
Um,
Elizabeth May's seat, the Greens won by 30% last time, and they pretty consistently win by like 30% there. So they'll probably keep that.
Okay. Just so weird to me.
What?
Just that there's never any coalitions in Canada and minority
Yeah,
government
I was. Thank you
rule.
for bringing that up. I was going to bring that up. You don't have coalitions in Canada. The only case I can think of was there was briefly.
I was reading online. It said in World War One there was a unity coalition, but there wasn't one in World War Two. That's bizarre.
I think so. During
Is Mackenzie King a liberal?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a well, the Liberals have governed this country for like probably 70 to 80% of the time. Um,
yeah, I mean, it was under King where like liberal political dominance of Canada became a thing. Prior to him, the Conservatives were in charge most of the time.
Oh, I didn't realize Canada had a higher turnout than America traditionally.
Almost everywhere has a higher turnout than America.
I would assume most third world countries would have similar turnout.
Well, yeah,
Settler,
I mean, first
did
world
you get
countries.
asked for a voter ID?
Yeah, I mean, haven't we always had voter ID laws in
Yeah,
Canada?
I know.
Or at
It's
least
it's just funny that they don't have them in the U.S.
yeah, yeah. Nuts.
Oh, I've been wanting to do this video. I'll just be honest. I was kind of hungover today. It's the first time I've been hungover in years, actually. But so I didn't get to make it today. But I wanted to make a video talking about how democracy has declined in the New World, because like a lot of countries in Latin America have lost democracy because after the United States won the Cold War, it was like almost every country on Earth became a democracy, and now that trend is ending. And I just found that kind of interesting. Sorry if that's just kind of out of the blue, but
No,
that's to be
that's
expected
relevant.
when I'm on.
No, it's interesting observation. I mean, the U.S. definitely is kind of heading in that direction. I don't think there's going to really be any actual shenanigans with regards to this. Canadian elections, I don't know if there's ever really been a case where there's been serious other than the independence referendum. Yeah, that's the only case I can think
Yeah,
of.
there was definitely shenanigans there.
Settlers, do you think the pro-independence side actually won and they like rigged it?
I mean, I guess what's important. This isn't the question, but I guess what's important to mention is that the referendum was never on independence. That's a myth of French Canadian nationalists. The referendum was on giving the Quebec government authority to form a sovereignty agreement with the Canadian government, which does not mean independence.
Okay,
The concept of a
fair
sovereignty
enough.
agreement was always very intentionally a vague concept. But yeah, I mean, what was that undermined? Or I mean, was it undermined? Yes, definitely. Were there shenanigans? I think I'm actually allowed to talk about this on YouTube because it's not a current election. I mean, of course, so we're clear, there have never been shenanigans in any recent elections. That's like a racist.
Well, in America, it's
conspiracy
never happened in the
theorist.
history of America, but in other countries.
I
Yeah.
saw some like conspiracy theorists today saying that the elections in Russia had shenanigans. I don't know what they're
No,
talking about.
I was reading this like basic 101 U.S. history high school textbook, and it talked about shenanigans in Chicago, I just had to destroy it just to like save America. I had to destroy that book to make sure that that tainted history never reached young
Oh,
minds.
sorry. Just to answer question. Okay, so there's two like kind of semi-edgy videos. One of them on why voter ID laws actually are racist is going to go up on Odysee. The other one is on age of consent, and that'll go up on YouTube. I just accidentally made them public when I uploaded them, so I just deleted them, and I'm gonna re.
Oh, have you switched from Bitchute to Odysee for your edgy stuff?
I think Odyssee's a better platform. I just
okay. Well, I'm gonna be. I haven't made an edgy video in a while, but I mean, I've already established most of my edgy videos on Bitchute already.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I just mirror on all three.
Mhm.
Sorry, Odysee automatically copies when you post to YouTube, so that's convenient.
Yeah, and there's all the esoteric things where like videos just won't upload on Bitchute, and you can't figure out why.
Bitchute is just. Ugh. The comments on Bitchute are pretty funny. It's like the most schizo like Wignet posted, but yeah. So I don't even know what percentage of the votes are mail-in this election. So how long that'll take to count those.
Can I ask what province you live in, Settler?
You don't have to answer that if you don't.
Sorry. No, I don't like to talk about.
Okay, that's
public
fine.
Things.
Okay.
No, that's fine. But yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not offended. Yeah, you ask. Just I don't like talking about that stuff.
Okay, I was just wondering about mask restrictions and stuff in a province if it's not Ontario. Because
I think all
Argent obviously lives in
do.
Ontario. Oh, okay. Just wondering if in rural Canada it's a different story.
Oh, I don't know if you heard Alberta brought in vaccine passports.
That's hot.
So yeah, Alberta brought them in. So I'm not sure if some of the East Coast provinces have just not gotten around to doing it yet because there's like no one with COVID there. But yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It seems like it would be a steal for Prince Edward Island. It's like I don't know, can't cost that much for them to set up a vaccine passport system, and then the rest of the $1 billion they get is just.
Well, they have
money.
an actual to go there. You have to get COVID tests. Like they actually restrict people from coming
in.
But yeah. So PPP's kind of take was that if the PPC does like well enough in Western Canada, maybe it'll become another reform party. There is a Alberta Separatist Party now that I think gets a certain percentage of the vote. Let me see here.
You know what's really interesting is that even though like the political violence and stuff in America towards separatism or whatever is like more extreme, like constitutionally and like in matter of factness, division of Canada is way more likely in the short term.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, sorry, just a sec. So the Alberta Independence Party is polling at between 5 and 20, depending on the poll. Or sorry, 5 and like 15, depending on the poll. The NDP will probably win the next provincial election. What happened was the UPC, was really hardline anti-mandate, anti-mask laws. And then when that kind of didn't really work out, they went 100% back on it. So now everybody hates them. Because their voter base feels like they betrayed them, which they did. And the rest of the people feel like they irresponsibly let the situation get out of control, which they kind of did. So
for Quebec and Ontario, when will the polls be in? polls be done.
Let me see here.
Basically, won't the whole thing be decided there? Or will vote splitting from the People's Party mean that Alberta will matter for federally?
Now BC matters. I don't know if I'll be up
Okay.
late enough to like watch that when BC finishes. But yes, but on the East Coast, so the East Coast, the Conservatives have doubled their seat count.
Mm-hmm.
At least given the moment. So my prediction was they're going to pick up a couple in the East Coast, but lose a couple in the West. Just because.
Here's this thing: could it be that the NDP picks up those seats and that the Conservatives will become? Because I think that there's a possibility that Conservatives will will have the largest vote share because the NDP will pick up what Liberals lost on the West. Is that possible?
Yeah. So what wound up happening was I completely lost my train of thought there. Oh, the Conservatives won the popular vote last time, but didn't get it. Lost.
Well, Canada's system's so fucked up that the popular vote is like complete. It's so much worse than it is in the United States.
Right. Um, it's okay. Well, the thing is, because you have a two-party system, the popular vote matters more, even though it's first past the post.
Mm-hmm. Instead of how many parties would you define Canada as having? 3, or does it have 6 now?
I'd say 3.5.
Okay.
Um, it depends. Do you count the BQ? I guess. 'Cause they get a lot of
the bloc often has, or the bloc not infrequently has had more seats than the NDP. They were the official opposition ones, so I don't think they can really not be counted as a serious party.
So I guess I just say 3 or 4, um, depending on the election. Though, but as you were saying earlier, that I kind of got distracted for. It's interesting how there aren't The only coalition I can think of in my lifetime was there was a Green NDP coalition in British Columbia, but generally speaking, they don't happen. So like the I don't get like because the NDP and Liberals don't form a national coalition, which just seems very strange to me.
I think the main reason why the NDP and Liberals never form a coalition is because the Liberals are afraid that it would cause the more progressive members of the Liberal Party to like voters to leave and vote for the NDP in future elections, where they want to really keep their position of dominance as the main center left party. So I think that's why they wouldn't agree to a coalition this time around either, if the Conservatives get a minority.
Right. It would also make the NDP relevant, and
Yeah, exactly.
they're really afraid that like people see there's a reason to vote for them.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of very left-wing progressive people that will talk about how much they hate the Liberals and then vote for them loyally every time, because they think voting for the NDP is stupid and a waste of the vote.
First past the post is gay.
I mean, the only other coalition that I kind of think, in some sense, if the BQ had a supply and confidence agreement with the Conservatives, that would kind of make sense, but no one's ever going to do that with them, so. Anyways, but yeah, that's Canada. This country's fucked. I mean, it's I know when people from other countries, like I'll periodically get people from Poland who are like, you don't get it, Poland's as bad or worse than Canada, and I'm just like, dude, no. I'm sure Poland has problems, but it's not Canada.
Okay, can somebody explain to me what are the differences between the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party, though?
Um, so
I'd say the number one difference is energy policy.
Okay. Who's better on
China
energy then?
policy. Do you think? Well, I guess it depends. The conservatives are a lot more pro oil and gas exploitation.
Isn't that pointless? Well, that's only for import, though, because isn't Canada energy is mostly hydroelectric?
No, we have a
No, we have
huge
a massive gas
we have a
oil industry.
huge hydro.
Oh, I mean the creation of your native energy creation. Isn't most of your is a lot of your natural gas exported though?
Yeah. So okay. So let me just try to explain it. So basically,
I mean, I'm sure you use natural gas for heating. So
so
sorry if that's confusing. I just said
okay.
it that way.
Let me
But
just okay. So there's a couple provinces: Saskatchewan, Alberta. I think Newfoundland used to have some, but a lot of provinces that have quite a bit of oil, and they're having trouble. We don't really have many pipelines, so they want to export it to China or Europe or the U.S. or something like that. And the Liberal government or Quebec or the British Columbia government keeps blocking the construction of pipelines or the exporting of oil. So it's a really contentious issue in Western Canada because Alberta has. Well, Alberta's a boomer bust province and it's in a bust at the moment. And kind of the oil would pull them out of it, but they can't really export it. So pipelines are a really big issue. Also, Saskatchewan used to be one of the poorest provinces, but because of oil, they've developed their economy a lot in the last decade. Would you?
sorry if I'm really Montanan. I'm sure you guys are going to end up agreeing with me. I don't understand what's the reason not to export oil or natural gas. I guess like they believe global warming is going to like extinct human life tomorrow. Is that the reason, or like that pipelines are more dangerous to transporting over road, or is it just
They think
it's gas, it's bad?
um they I've never really understood this either. I guess in their heads, exporting gasoline through trains and trucks is better than pipelines.
I mean, okay, so they believe in infinite technological progress, and they don't believe in like dysgenics, right? So if you believe in dysgenics in the like long term, yeah, it's better to transport trains and cars because the pipelines will break down because we'll be too stupid to use them, and then they'll end up polluting really bad because we'll become retards or we'll be black people in the future. Like that's an argument, but like pipelines, if you can maintain them, are the least destructive
No,
transportation.
because if they did that, that would mean accepting it, whereas refusing to do anything is their way of not accepting it. I don't know if that makes any
Okay.
sense.
Okay.
Coming up, accepting a solution to the problem would mean that they accept the situation. Not doing anything shows that they don't accept the situation. But yeah, so that's a really big deal in Western Canada because that's where a lot of their money comes from. And there was
I
okay,
mean, what does Canada really export other than energy? What does it what is the main
minerals,
product other than mining, I should say, energy extraction and mining?
agriculture.
Canada's not a very I don't think it's a very like it doesn't produce manufactured goods that well, does
I
it?
think it does. I'm not entirely. Let me look this up.
I'm just saying it's very I mean, we shouldn't be surprised because how um F-slur Canada really is, but from my understanding of like how economics should work, Canada's like main export should be energy and mineral extraction because it's the second largest country in the world with a population of like 35 million.
Let me just see here. Key industries. I think it's mostly services. Um,
Okay, so do you believe that I think that the future is going to be like really aggressive stagnation or stagflation now for the next
do you think we're gonna
like 5
have
to
like
10 years?
hyperinflation?
I think that we're going to have aggressive stagflation. So, like in 5 years, like the dollar will be worth half of what it's worth now.
So you're saying buy Bitcoin?
I mean, Bitcoin is eventually going to get banned. So,
I actually bought some shares in a rare earth metals ETF because of you.
thanks, fam.
So um, let me see. Just while we're talking, let me see how my Dogecoin investments are doing. Oh, okay, it's up a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. One something kind of interesting is the savings rate in Canada has actually gone up a lot. The savings rate was like 1%, and now it's like 20%. Of course, they're just people are just going to blow all the money they've saved, but it is kind of interesting that that was a temporary uh, change.
I'm assuming that the Green Party is an environmentalist, right?
Isn't or
Is not in any real way environmentalist, and is just really aggressively woke.
let me take a look.
Because the principles ecological wisdom, nonviolence, social justice, sustainability, participatory democracy, and respect for diversity. So only one of those, I believe, would be a ecological thing, sustainability. But that's because ecological wisdom is like a religious thing, right?
It's an Amerindian. That means I think that means anytime they say wisdom, that normally means Amerindian. Okay, let's look at the Green Party platform. Holy shit. What the fuck even is this woman? Okay, let's see here.
It's intimidating. Like it's so.
Is she as intimidating as Biden? Let me see here. Cancel all new pipelines, cancel all new oil exploitations, end all leasing of land for fossil fuel extraction, ban all forms of hydraulic fracking, end all government support, uh, phase out and ban all existing oil and gas operations, divest public pension funds from fossil fuels, which is really G-slur.
So essentially, it's just um, support of energy subsidies for energy companies plus diversity.
I think so. A Just
Okay.
Transition Act. How scary does that sound? A Just Transition Act. Just seeing here.
I wish that I could have my own base Green Party.
An eco-fascist party.
Yeah.
Let's see. Reduce consumption, waste, planned obsolescence. That actually sounds good, but that probably isn't. How do you guys feel about banning single-use plastic?
Um. What does that mean? Does that
Like
mean
plastic
we have to
cutlery
use
or
paper
straws?
straws?
Yeah.
Uh, okay, but like, I guess like that's good. I guess.
I don't know how to
And
feel
then
about
people would
stuff
just
like
use
that.
metal straws.
And stab each other with them.
Yeah. Well, I guess like that'll cause the youths to like stab each other. So I bet they don't actually believe that.
Hey guys, I was AFK there for a while. I'm back.
Oh, okay. Hey. We're just looking at the Green Party's platform. Environmental justice. Create an independent, scientific, nonpartisan, diverse climate change council. Create an independent, nonpartisan council composed of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation. I don't think that grammatically works. No, it doesn't.
Guys, I actually have a theory about global warming. I think that global warming is caused by all the racist white settler colonizers being in the Americas, and if we leave, then the native gods will just leave us alone, and global warming will go away.
Yeah, but then it'll make it even better if you
Yes,
replace all the white
we have to
people
look at our
with
policies
Africans.
from a lens of environmental justice and destroy environmental racism.
Is there anything about maintaining public lands or reserving lands in perpetuity? Or is it literally just we need to promote non-whites and we need to give subsidies to alternative energy companies?
I mean, they put stuff down. Protect a minimum of 30% of fresh waters and lands in each. I don't know. I feel like a lot of this is just not well written. Support indigenous led protected and conservation areas and fund stewardship of these lands and waters by indigenous guardians. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, initiate a national urban biodiversity regeneration strategy to expand green space, address environmental racism, and protect urban sensitive species such as birds.
Apparently, collapsology is a real word, though. Based.
Protect the oceans and yeah, so like looking at it like so I'll look at this and I'll be like, oh, protect old growth forests. That sounds good. And it's like work with the First Nations to do it.
This is so like it's just like I wonder how many First Nations people are Green Party, and that essentially it's saying to give back veto rights of control of natural resources that they don't have power over or like live near.
So like look at protect oceans and freshwater. Okay, that sounds good to me. Include indigenous peoples in their governance systems in all aspects of site selection, management, and decision making. Oceans and freshwater. Transition to sustainable seafood by working with indigenous people.
What is that? That's just. See, it's just like the red man is God. Why don't I just write their fucking thing? It's just like black people are evil, red man is God, give money to the alternative energy companies. There. It's just like the First Nations get to decide our restrictions of like trying to have sustainable sea life.
I guess they're in the best position to determine that because they lived in harmony with nature. In that
Yeah,
they weren't.
didn't they wipe out all the Pleistocene megafauna, and weren't they on their way to wiping out the bison?
That may or may not be the case, but look, the fact
Didn't numerous Native American Indian civilizations collapse, and they never created a sustainable civilization?
yeah.
Isn't there like numerous like mound builder civilizations that collapsed, or like stuff carved in the sides of mountains that collapsed?
like a lot. The thing that saddens me is a lot of this shit. If you just took the word indigenous out, I would actually like support because I like preserving land and cleaning up the environment and stuff. But it's just so G slur.
Look, man, all I'm saying is so the red man's gods are real, and Christianity has to be destroyed from Canada so they can come again. I should write a horror novel where the Canadian gods like come back and like wipe out all the white people in Canada, and like then wipe out all the red-skinned people for converting to Christianity. And then it turns out that they're all evil, and then they just wipe out all of humanity.
Okay.
And it's all because they tried to make people pray to them in public school.
So far, it's nothing's really happened so far. The polls should close in Ontario and Quebec in the next 10 minutes or so. I mean, stuff gets counted pretty quick in Canada, largely just because people only vote for one person. So,
Well, okay, I think that, how do I put this? Shenanigans are hard in Canada because, like, the big cities are split between liberals and NDP, which kind of prevents, like, either side from cheating, as opposed to the United States where, like, Chicago is completely controlled by Democrats, so they could just have infinite votes for the president or
also
something.
the elections are done by Elections Canada.
Mhm.
So like
Instead of the local government.
Um, well, municipalities aren't partisan in Canada, but what was I gonna say? Like it's done by professional civil servants. I worked a poll one election. It is like very professional and like the ballots we have. Let me see if I can find a Canadian election ballot. Are just very simple and easy to count. We don't use scantrons or any of that stuff, so.
Hey, does the Bloc Quebecois, do they run in French-speaking Ontario? Do
No,
they
it's
run?
interesting they don't.
You would think that they would, but whatever.
I don't really know how neatly the ridings in Ontario line up on linguistic with the linguistic communities. I don't know if there's enough French-speaking people in any given riding for the bloc to win.
I thought it overrides into Atlantic Canada, and it would just make sense. But I guess whatever.
Okay, so
Yeah, I
here's a
think that's actually
picture
one of
of
the
what ballots look like in Canada. It's kind of a shitty picture, but it's kind of like hard to fuck them up, and it's hard to like look at it and go, oh, there's like not going to be any hanging Chad. So it's literally you just X the paper. So that's nice. Canadian elections only use first past the post. Yes, we use the same electoral. Other than president, it's largely the same electoral system as America. What's really weird, Serp, is Canada has a Senate, but it's like the weirdest, most irrelevant, bizarre.
Well, isn't it just the House of Lords, but for Canada?
Sort of. How would you describe the Senate, Settlers?
Well, it's all permanently appointed people. Trudeau decided to do this really cringy thing when he got in power, where he would declare that all the that the Senate where he declared that the Senate should be a nonpartisan institution, and therefore all the liberal senators are now quote unquote independent senators that all just agree with each other on everything. Um, but yeah, so they're all appointed for life. That means everyone in the Senate was either appointed by the Liberals, um, or I mean, there is a mandatory retirement age, but other than that, they're appointed for life. And everyone was either appointed by the Liberals or the Conservatives. There's no NDP senators. Um, yeah. They're not actually as irrelevant as a lot of people think. The Senate the main thing the Senate does is they amend a lot of stuff. It was actually the Senate, I think, that a few years ago temporarily vetoed the change to the national anthem. And we didn't have the updated Trudeau gender-neutral national anthem for the 150th anniversary of Confederation, thanks to that. It was passed after that anniversary, which is when Trudeau wanted it for.
Was
So I mean, it's usually relative.
Oh, sorry, go on.
It's usually relatively small stuff like that that gets changed in the Senate, but it's not totally insignificant. A lot of lobbying goes on in there. In particular, the most significant thing I can think of that happened in the Senate is when Brian Mulroney was prime minister. He passed the most restrictive abortion law in the Western world at the time. If I recall correctly, it basically outlawed abortion in all cases except for life of the mother. I don't think there was even a rape a restriction, and there was no like it wasn't just like first. There wasn't like elective abortions for 12 weeks or anything. It was completely outlawed except in some very specific cases. But the Senate is the one that ended up preventing that from passing.
Didn't some pro-life senators vote against it?
I can't remember exactly how it failed. All I really remember is that it was I'm pretty sure it was a 50-50 vote in the Senate. And
I have a question about
fail.
Canadian society. Does American religiosity that runs counter to secularization thesis bleed over to Canada somewhat? Like, is Canada, if you put a spectrum, is it more religious than, say, the UK?
Yes, I mean, I would definitely say Canada's much more religious than most of Western Europe. Not that that's saying much. But I mean, I've never been to the UK, so it's not like I have great personal experience. But from the impression I've gotten of the UK, Canada seems much more religious than that. I mean, the vast majority of Canadians aren't religious, so I'm not saying Canada's a super religious country or anything. But like, I mean, I live in a pretty secular area, and there's tons of churches everywhere. And they're a lot of them are pretty well attended. Still, you know, it's a minority, for sure. It's nowhere close to a majority. But you know, the impression I've gotten from friends from the UK is not anywhere near as it doesn't seem to be anywhere near as religious as Canada. I would definitely say, being a former evangelical, Canadian evangelical Christianity is very similar to American evangelical Christianity.
So I was wondering, so I've watched some of your videos, so I'm assuming that you were raised an evangelical and then converted to Catholicism?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wondering.
Oh, by the way,
I do have a burning hatred for many internet converts, despite myself being one of them.
Oh, by the way, guys, we had it's PPP is not back yet, but we have someone else join us. Rain just crawled into my lap and she's purring, so she joined in. Nice cat. But yeah, I don't know what to say about religiosity in Canada. I think a lot of people in Canada just really hate how religious America is, and they kind of view evangelicals as like an import from the US, almost as kind of like a form of cultural imperialism.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's accurate, really. I mean, evangelical Christianity is an American invention. You know, and I'm not just saying that because, you know, I think Protestantism in general is wrong. Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, you know, I the only thing I have personal experience with is Canadian evangelical Christianity, and it's all very, very American. And I'd say very liberal in the classical sense. Not, and you know, I know people always get like twitchy when I say that. That's very liberal. I don't mean liberal as in they support like gay marriage. I mean liberal in the sense that it's based on liberal ideology. Obviously, evangelicals are the most conservative group in
it's
the
most
US
socially
and Canada.
conservative, but I mean the polity of their churches. I'm assuming it's mostly congregational polity.
Yeah.
So if you have a congregational polity, then you have like voting within, like, mass voting within the body of the church itself. So it shouldn't be any surprise that when Argent does surveys, that it comes overwhelmingly that Protestants aren't a part of the far right, and that Catholics are the overwhelming majority or something like that, because of the very structure of the churches in and of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that isn't even really the main thing I'm talking about. That's certainly part of it. I mean, yes, they have a very democratic and decentralized ecclesiology. Really, the main thing, though that is a part of it, when I say evangelical Christianity is fundamentally liberal, and again, when I say that, like, I mean on a philosophical basis. I understand evangelicals are the most socially conservative group in the U.S. and Canada and most of the Western world, even in places like Brazil. The evangelicals and Pentecostals are more conservative than the Catholics. I'm not discounting that. I'm not saying I don't appreciate that from them. I do. I'm more of talking about, like, what's at the root of these ideologies. But one of the main things I'm talking about is, like, credo baptism, the idea that that membership in the Christian covenant is something you choose as a rational, free thinking person, and not something you're born into. This strikes me as an incredibly liberal viewpoint, and it's something that really could never have taken
Believers'
hold prior
baptism.
to Enlightenment. Yeah, credo baptism.
I thought
that means
believers' baptism was pretty instrumental at the beginning of the Reformation, and then it was kind of when you had the state Lutheran Church and the state Anglican churches and so on, just kind of subsumed that, and that Anabaptism became a huge minority.
I mean, the Anabaptists were always around, but I don't think it's really accurate to say they were, like, a huge part of the Reformation. I mean, both, like, Luther, Calvin, Zwingli, like, they all had a deep hatred.
Didn't Zwingli believe in believers' baptism, though?
Didn't he? I thought he was against it.
I thought he believed in believers' baptism.
I could be wrong. I mean, I know definitely Luther and Calvin were both
believed in infant baptism.
Yeah, I mean, not only they believed in infant baptism.
I think Zwingli's Reformation was subsumed into Calvinism.
Calvin and Luther. It's not just that they believed in infant baptism; they had a very deep hatred for Anabaptists.
Well, you had this interesting kind of bromance around the time of the 30 Years' War, where the Lutherans and Catholics both just hated the Calvinists, because the Calvinists were just super violent. So, just CB, I think their point is that Calvinists and
Zwingli did believe in baptism of infants. Sorry.
No, Calvinists believe in infant baptism, don't they?
Oh, Zwingli, the reformer.
Right.
Not that predates Calvin.
No, I'm just saying Calvinists do, though, don't they?
So Calvinist is a misdemeanor because there are many churches that are Calvinists, like the Presbyterian Church, and many Baptists are Calvinists. But obviously, Baptists, they, by the very title of their name, believe in believers' baptism, but they are also, many of them are also Calvinists. Have influence from Calvinism.
Yeah, I mean, basically the two main Calvinist groups are Presbyterians who believe in paedobaptism, baptizing infants, and Reformed Baptists.
That's an unfortunate term.
Well, yeah, that they always use the English spelling for pedo, not pedo. That's the North American, which we have different connotations with. So yeah, I think that's the reason why we always use the term pedo. Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean that is the historic term, is paedobaptism. But yeah, so yeah, the two main Calvinist groups are Presbyterians who, I mean, there's a lot of differences between Presbyterians and Reformed Baptists. It's not just, the difference isn't
there's
just
polity.
of baptism.
So the ecclesiology is obviously foundationally different.
Yeah. I I'd say another big thing is Presbyterians. Uh, People often today assume that Presbyterians uh, believe things like the Eucharist being entirely symbolic, or baptism being entirely symbolic. That's not, and some modern Presbyterians do believe that, but that's not at all the historic Presbyterian belief. Historically, Presbyterians believe in what they call the real presence in the Eucharist, a real spiritual presence. It's not a real not a real presence in the way that Lutherans or Catholics mean it, but they still do believe in what they even refer to as a real presence.
Okay,
Um,
sorry to interrupt you guys with just talking about the election or something like that, but so far the Liberals have lost 4 seats and the Conservatives have picked up 5. It looks like they've made pretty large gains on the East Coast, according to CBC. So let me just see how this is compared to last time, because
My hope is that the Conservatives establish a minority government, and that the People's Party has at least 1 seat, if not 2 or 3.
they probably
That's
won't.
my best. That's my hope. But
Okay, so last time the Conservatives got 4 seats in the entire East Coast, and this time it looks like they've picked up 5, maybe.
here,
So
I'm gonna be away from the keyboard for a second.
okay, so the vote share so far, I mean, so PPC's gotten about 4% of the vote on the East Coast, which is actually really good, because I think that's the place they're probably going to do the worst in. I don't know. I think Quebec is going to be the interesting one. They're probably going to get quite a bit of votes in Western Canada, but yeah, looks like the NDP are down one as well.
yeah, the for context for the audience, the PPC only got 1.6% of the vote last time, so they're going to like triple, quadruple maybe their vote share.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, I know Serb actually was asking about this earlier, so I don't know, maybe I should wait for when he comes back. I might repeat it, but the PPC's campaign has basically all been about lockdowns and vax ports this election cycle. So I think that's why they're so popular. I don't think it's because there's really mass discontent among otherwise conservative voters, who just really hate the Conservative Party that much. In general, I think it's mostly just because there's a lot of people that are really concerned um, about the vax port and the lockdowns and stuff like that. I think I mean that issue probably won't be here when next election happens. I don't know. Maybe that's just me being optimistic. But assuming this stuff is still not going on 2 to 4 years from now, then I imagine that means the PPC will lose most of the support they've gained.
Right, unless like I don't know, something else happens, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's really like even I don't know that important a I don't know how much the party works. It's just nice to see someone like a right wing party that's like not the conservatives getting a substantial like a significant number of votes. I'm just trying to figure out when the polls close in Quebec, because they close in Ontario at 9:30, and once we get to 9:30, it's gonna probably we'll have a pretty good idea who won.
Yeah, I mean the conservatives are doing pretty well. I mean, I'm still pretty strongly predicting a liberal minority, but um, a conservative minority isn't totally impossible.
Let's see here. I'm just trying to find. Okay, so polls close in Atlantic Canada. I'm not sure what time it is in Alberta at the moment. I'm just trying to find where the deadline is in Quebec. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I think it'll close in Quebec at 9:30. And then in the West, it should close about the same time, I think. Yeah, it might close the same time at the rest of the country. Okay, so people are saying polls are closing 20 minutes in Alberta. I think they're closing in 20 minutes here in Ontario, so everything should start picking up really quick in a couple minutes from now. So that's all good.
Okay. Yeah, we should know relative.
I mean, we already kind of know what happened on the East Coast. So there's the question how long it's going to take for the mail in ballots, but I don't know. Could take a while, could not take very long. We'll see. So, anyways, what else is there to talk about? Sorry, everybody, if I'm not higher energy. It was a long day at work today. I mean, it's nice to be employed again, but it is a Mondays are never fun. Actually, it looks like Newfoundland might be. I don't know. We'll see. It's really up in the air how like all this stuff is even happening at the moment. Anyways, I'm gonna head off to the bathroom. We'll be back in 5. Hold down the fort, boys.
Okay, well, it's just me, the world famous Settler's Lament, then, I think. Um, I don't know. Serb, you back yet? Well, I guess if I'm the only one here, then I guess I should just remind you all to subscribe to the world famous Settler's Lament. It's not linked in the description, but it's pretty simple. It's just Settler's Lament. Not really sure what else to say here. Like I said, this is really just the most boring election I think that I've
Okay,
ever
I'm
been in.
back.
Hey, Argent's gone. I was just trying to
That's
entertain
cool.
the chat.
I mean, if the Conservatives gain a minority government, I mean, I still think it's funny because that means like Trudeau's hubris being punished is still something good at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, I mean that's true. I don't know. I guess part of the reason why I'm hesitant, about, well, I'm hesitant about the Conservatives winning would be that, I don't know. I guess I hold out some tiny hope in my heart that if the Conservatives were to lose, they might get a leader who's a bit better than Aaron O'Toole. I actually have to say, I like Aaron O'Toole's economic policy better than really any of the other recent Conservative Party leaders. In particular, what I'm referring to is his housing plan. I think is actually really good. He wants to ban foreign real estate investment, and he wants to have a government program to create 1 million new houses in the next 3 years. Which actually, I think, is about as good of a policy as I could possibly expect from them. Trudeau's tried to sort of, and it's been a very popular policy. I think it's part of the reason why the Conservatives in the past couple of weeks surged in the polls. And Trudeau sort of tried to ape the policy, to try and copy it a little bit by saying he'd ban foreign real estate investment for, I think, 2 years, which doesn't really matter. Might have been 3 years, I don't know, but a short period, so it's not enough to really matter. But he was clearly trying to copy the Conservatives' policy. I don't have any faith in the Conservatives to follow through or anything, which is part of the reason why I didn't vote for them. And even if I did, I know I like the policy, but it's not really enough for me to vote for them when they're so terrible on most other issues.
Sorry, I just got back. What was the policy to create the houses?
I just talked about the Conservatives' housing policy.
Was it to just reduce foreign buyers, or?
Yeah. Well, banning foreign investment is what or at least significantly restricting it. So I was pretty impressed by that. I can't imagine much. Couldn't imagine much better from the Conservatives. So yeah, I'm not saying that I would vote for them on that alone. Obviously, I didn't vote for them, but I was relatively impressed by it.
So it looks like the PPC is getting in some eastern ridings like 5-10%, which is not what I expected. It's more than I expected there. We'll see what they wind up
I
getting.
think they're going to perform well. They're going to perform pretty well because, like, Wayne Wheeler did well right there. But the problem is that there's no centralized place where they can gain. And if they split vote the Tory, here's the problem when you go to the Alberta is like, are they going to vote split the Conservatives and cause the NDP or the Liberals to gain Alberta?
It won't be that much. Keep in mind that
or are a lot of these people going to be first-time voters? They're voting for the People's Party.
So keep in mind the Conservatives got 79% of the vote in 69% of the vote in Alberta. So even if they lose like 10%, it doesn't really matter.
Are they about where the Republican Party is in America?
Who?
People's Party?
I don't know, actually. On things other than social issues, probably. On social issues, no.
The thing about the Republican Party is the United States is because of the federal nature of the United States that you have to examine each party by its state. So there's like Republican parties in the United States which are, I would honestly say, are good, but then there are other state parties which are not very good, obviously.
Right. Well, and then it depends. Like aren't the Republicans in your state a lot more environmentalist than a lot of?
Environmentalism's pretty popular in Montana. It's just kind of a universal thing. The idea of collective lands that can be used of state-owned lands public lands that are used for recreation is kind of a universal belief amongst both parties. Also, like gun rights until the end of Bullock's second term were universally held by both Democrats and Republicans in Montana.
Oh, did Bullock try to reduce them, or?
Yeah, Bullock started becoming anti-gun at the very end of his term, is when he was term limited.
Right. Okay.
Traditionally, Democrats or like a Montana Democrat is more pro-gun than like, a Republican in New York by like an astronomical margin, probably.
Right. Well, I mean, how else are you going to protect yourself from alien big cats without guns?
I mean, there are identified big cats here that you need to protect yourself from, let alone the alien ones.
What do you have, cougars or?
Yeah, there's cougars here.
Yep, we're gonna have a whole bunch of stuff. We'll close in the next, in 10 minutes from now. 10 minutes from now. So I'll see how late we'll go. I'd like to go a bit later, but I'm just tired. So maybe we'll go to 11 at least. So
I'm gonna probably leave at about 10 your time then, I think.
okay.
I just kind of want to see what happens in Ontario here.
Yeah, we should get results in, like I said, in just a couple of minutes. They're just about to close. So yeah, overall, Conservatives have picked up, NDP and Greens have lost. So, Serp, how do you think this relates to Mouse Utopia?
How does this relate to Mouse Utopia?
Yeah.
The Greens are obviously a corporately controlled party because, as true environmentalists, they've never mentioned Mouse Utopia once.
It's true. I don't see anything about behavioral sinks on their party platform.
Yep. Man, that first Democratic debate though in 2020 was that was an acid trip.
You getting drunk was like one of the funniest things ever. Why aren't you talking about Mouse Utopia?
Didn't I get kicked off and then I was just playing Mega Man where I put the audio in the background or something?
Yeah, it was something like that. Um, you're yelling about Mouse Utopia and like behavioral sinks and dysgenics and IQ decline and stuff like that. Like, why aren't you talking about that? Kami Ketcher says Canada is run by the beautiful ones. It is. It really is.
It is.
But yeah. So
I like how the guy that believed in that did Mouse Utopia didn't understand it on the basis of dysgenics.
right.
He purely thought it was behavioralism alone.
So people are asking you to do a video on Mouse Utopia.
I actually got this book to read about Mouse Utopia, but then it didn't talk about Mouse Utopia at all, and it was this weird pseudo-religious thing.
Okay.
So
That's weird.
yeah, I mean, if I could find a way to get those papers, is there a way to get academic papers through questionable means or whatever?
Probably.
I mean, is there that much to say that hasn't already been said? I guess the problem is that Edward Dutton doesn't make the most streamlined videos, I should say, because he could do I mean, my video would basically just be what he says in his book, but anyway, I'm gonna leave for a second. I gotta put a pizza in the oven.
Okay. Go eat your degenerate fake pizza. Or whatever. Oh, it is what it is. Don't worry, votes in the West don't count. Elections are decided by the time Manitoba is reached. Okay, guys. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen soon now.
I mean, the votes from the West not counting thing isn't really true. If we're in a minority government territory, the way the West shakes up could make a difference.
Let's see here. People are asking, hope a pizza day. Okay, let's see here. Does the pizza have pineapple on it? I mean, if it is, then I'm going to drive to Montana and felt him for it. Ooh. Let me think. What else is there while we're waiting for polls to close? I saw the new Clint Eastwood movie on the weekend, Cry Macho. It was not good at all, but I do respect Clint. He's 92 and he's still making movies. He's still acting and directing in them. So, I don't know. I've always been a big Clint fan. I have a lot of respect for him just as a filmmaker. Okay, so we have a couple more minutes till it closes. I don't know. Did anyone have anything in the chat that you guys wanted me to talk about? How many elections in the past were decided from the West? Don't settle for minorities as a win. Um, I'm not really sure. British Columbia is fairly important. But generally speaking, Ontario and Quebec decide everything because they're the majority of the country's population. Favorite Clint Eastwood movie? Um, it's hard. I guess either Unforgiven or Gran Torino. I like Unforgiven a lot. Gran Torino was good because it was racist up.
You talking about Clint Eastwood?
Yeah. I was just saying I went to see Clint had a new movie out, so I went to go see it, and it was not very good. But I was just saying I respect him for still making movies at like 92.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty successful. Kind of interesting. In say like 20 years, will he be more known for his direction, or will he be more known for his starring roles?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, they're kind of the same because a lot of the movies he was in both of them. Um, like I think he directed and starred in like Gran Torino and like Unforgiven and a number of other things. But I mean, the dude's had good.
Probably makes me a heretic, but I have yet to watch the Dirty Harry movies.
I've only seen the first one.
Is it good?
I thought it was pretty good. Dirty Harry. Because for the longest time I thought he was called Dirty Harry because he's a dirty cop. Um, it's not that. It's just because he gets the dirty jobs that no one else wants. Okay, we got like 2 minutes. I gotta say, like, American elections are a lot more exciting. Like, when stuff is happening, and I'm not just talking about like the other shenanigans that go down.
Well, American politicians are more meme worthy. Canadian politicians are boring as shit.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, they're not really that interesting, or that kind of thing. Okay. Let me see here. Pay should be back on later. He's just getting drunk, which I can't really blame him because I mean, if I drank, this wouldn't be a bad.
I
Uh,
mean, it's kind of a tradition to drink on an election night.
yeah. Well, it's Canada, so he does a weekly show, or no, he calls it This Week in Canada or Kakida, but he only does it like once or twice a month just because it's too depressing. So, and that's kind of why I don't cover Canadian politics like at all. Uh, just because it's too depressing, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, we'll have some more results coming in a minute. Let me think here. So Serp, have you watched any good bizarre horror movies lately? Okay then. Let's see here. So will Trudeau lose? I don't think so. I think it's just like I said. I don't think anything's actually going to wind up happening. But okay, it closes in 1 minute now.
Have you ever seen Death Wish?
I've seen I think one of them.
It just is. When I think of Dirty Harry, I also think of Death Wish. They're kind of made about the same time, and they have kind of similar themes.
Yeah, they're kind of they're similar. Wish.
I posted to the Globe and Mail. I finding their website a bit better than I think the one you guys are using. It shows the total amount of seats won and lost each party.
Oh,
So that might
okay,
be
yeah, theirs
useful.
is a lot better looking than the one I was looking at.
Yeah, if you scroll down, you'll see it says like liberals -4, conservatives +5.
Eurocast, when are you gonna do back gaming streams? When I have time. I just
So I've been considering I might do one tomorrow. The thing is, my USB is broke, or I don't have a stand for my USB mic right now, so I have to buy a new USB mic. But I'm kind of short on funds at the moment. But I have my PS4, and I'm wanting to stream some PS4 games, and so that's gonna happen soon.
you never finished Second Sight. Okay, I didn't finish Second Sight because I got a job while I was playing Second Sight. I don't know. I'll have to just find some time to do it. Maybe I'll do it in a week or two. I just been really busy with my job and school. I'm doing an economics course this semester. It's macroeconomics, which is just going to be a fuck ton of work. I don't even know how I'm going to get through it in one piece. Just because of. Ugh. Oh well. In the words of Barack Obama, yes, we can. Okay, let's see here. The other ones should be closing soon. What is your channel, Serp? Okay, I'll post that in the chat.
Is there a light gun for PS4, by the way?
I don't know. You should get a VR headset and do a video with that.
I'm legally blind in my left eye, and when I wear VR stuff, it gives me migraines, like really terrible motion sickness.
I've never actually used a VR anything.
My friend that I've streamed with, Black Kanye, he has VR stuff, and I played VR games with him, and it made me really sick.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm kind of like, it's going to be rough to get through macroeconomics, especially like just how busy I'm at my job. But it'll be cool to know like how GDP and interest rates and economic growth and unemployment and all that stuff actually work. One of the assignments we're doing is on, what was it called again? Whether economic stimulus actually boosts GDP growth. So I'm kind of interested in to see how that goes because it's something I've always really wanted to study. So let's see here. Key writings. Let's look at Atlantic. Oh, okay. So they've called most of the East Coast so far. So the Conservatives picked up one in Newfoundland, two in Nova Scotia, and I think another one in New Brunswick. So yeah, we'll see how it goes in the rest of it. The NDP might actually wind up losing seats, which is kind of weird. Yeah.
Well, the NDP were polling pretty well. Um, I don't know. I imagine they'll do pretty well today.
Oh, here we go. We got some Quebec coming in. A whole 16 votes. Oh boy. Okay, we got all kinds of stuff coming in now. Okay, so we have some stuff from Manitoba, some stuff from Quebec, some stuff from New Brunswick. Oh no, we already did New Brunswick. What am I talking about? Let me see how the CBCs is at the moment. So I'm not. It's been a while since I've taken a close look at the breakdown in Ontario proper. But let's see here. Peterborough. I'm not really sure. Brampton. I don't remember what district Jagmeet is from. I think it's somewhere in Toronto, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure he's from British Columbia.
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought his district was there. I could be wrong though. No, that is the name. Algoma Manitoulin Kapuskasing. Kapuskasing, I guess, is that district. I don't even know how to describe that. To pronounce that. Abby T. I'm not even going to try. Let me see here. Where is Bernier's riding? Just trying to. I'm not sure.
I was just looking at it. If you go to, yeah, if you go to, do you see the riding that's already blue, in
Yeah.
Quebec? It's 2 down from that.
Oh, okay. You can actually just scroll down and click on Bernier's profile. So that hasn't come in yet. Oh, Buse. Yeah, Buse. Okay, yeah, that is where Bernier is. So it looks like, I mean, it's kind of nothing at the moment, but we'll get some results sooner or later. Did Sudbury vote Liberal again? Let me see here. Where's Sudbury? I don't think there's anything come in for Sudbury yet. It's always funny in Canada how big some of the ridings are. Like like this one in northern Quebec.
I like how that one's bigger than like Montana and Wyoming and both the Dakotas, or like one Dakota at least.
Yeah, the northern half. I don't think anyone lives in northern half of Quebec. Well, no one. So, like Saskatchewan, the entire northern 2/3 of the province is one riding. Um, Same thing. Oh, wait. Let's see here. In Manitoba, like 80% of the province is one riding. Yeah, that's just kind of how it works here. We do things bigger. I remember my dad once when he went to Texas, someone said, "How are you finding Texas?" He's like, "It's kind of small compared to where I'm from." Which I thought was kind of funny. Let's see here. The Green Party is going to win a minority. That's true. That's very possible at this point in time. Let's see here. Oh, okay, here we go. Quebec. So looking at Quebec, I don't know if they've really called anything yet, but it looks like the Liberals are doing pretty good. Um, Ontario, like nothing's happening. Let me see if O'Toole's anything from him has come in yet. Let's see here. So people are saying I've seen a fair amount of PPC around Sudbury. Obviously more liberal, but I've been surprised. Yeah, I mean we'll see. I don't know how much of that is actually people putting out the signs though, or just the fact that the signs are they're just putting them out in the middle of nowhere, that kind of thing. All right, so let's see. Looks like we got some stuff from Winnipeg. Let's see what's going on in Winnipeg. Okay, so the Liberals are leading there by like one vote. That's good.
Hey, do the First Nations vote NDP or do they vote
I
Liberal?
actually have no idea. I'm gonna be
Okay.
honest.
I would think they would vote NDP actually, but
Probably. Let me see here.
Well, the number one thing you need to understand about the issue with First Nation demographics in Canada is the vast majority of people who identify as First Nations are white girls who are 1/18th Indigenous.
okay.
Yeah, I had a bunch of those at my high school.
Yeah, I don't really know if I've ever met an actual Indigenous person, First Nations, whatever. I don't know, all these terms are so stupid. But yeah, I don't know if I've ever met an actual First Nations. I don't know. I mean, I yes, I have. There's been a few times. Like I remember in elementary school, there were some times when I had First Nations activists come to our school. But other than that, like I don't know, I went to school with kids who called themselves First Nations. Um, but none of them were really actually that. They were all just like the 1/16ths. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's that's just what most of them are.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I mean, it's more ridiculous than like a white Hispanic claiming to be a POC.
yeah,
Because at least they
it's
usually have like a bit of identifiable non-white in them.
no, it's just complete bullshit, largely in Canada. Let's see your close
Yeah.
races, very close race. Party changing. Oh, okay, here we go. That's interesting. So oh, okay, well, Gatineau, Green Party leading by like 10 votes. Uh, oh, in Bew, the Liberals are leading by 2 votes. So we'll see soon enough. Oh yeah, Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, like Elizabeth Warren. That summarizes a large percentage of the Canadian Indigenous population are basically just Elizabeth Warrens. Let's see here. We have some stuff coming in from Alberta. We'll probably have a lot more in a couple minutes. So yeah, it looks like that giant riding is going to go to the NDP. El Presidente Fury says, if there's a minority government, it means the largest party has less than half the total seats in parliament. So they get to choose the prime minister, but actually passing legislation is very difficult. Yeah, we've been in a minority government for quite some time now. I guess has it been years, I think? I think it was 2019 or something when Trudeau uh, got a minority government because of Andrew Scheer.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was 2019. His first term was majority.
Okay, so let's see here. Oh boy, liberals are winning in Bernie's riding by like one vote. I always find it weird when they like announce like 5 votes at a time or something like that.
The map I'm looking at right now has a total of 3 votes for the Liberals in Bernier's riding.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. I mean, realistically, isn't it like a pretty safe conservative riding?
Yeah, it's like one of the most conservative ridings in Quebec. I mean, like the Conservatives are polling at like 35%, and the PCP is polling at like 30%. So,
I think I read somewhere
you know,
it's also the whitest riding in Canada.
yeah, it's what its Wikipedia page says.
If that's true, who knows? I mean, it is full
I
of
mean, I don't know.
French.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very spurious assertion to claim that the French are white.
Yeah.
Um,
Let's see.
but beyond that, I mean, Wikipedia is generally trustworthy for like basic
For basic
biographical, demographic,
yeah,
whatever detail.
generally. So far it's kind of a nothing poutine, guys. It's the Conservatives picked up a couple. Um, Not a lot else at the moment. Hopefully this whole thing will be done in the next hour so I can go to bed. Sorry if I go to bed before PPP gets back. I'm just kind of tired tonight. It was a very long day at work today. Mondays always are. That I don't think I slept last night. Yeah, I got like maybe 4 hours of sleep or something. Oh, just mind going over everything. So let's see here. Has anything from Oh, Edmonton's come in. Okay, let's see what's going on in Edmonton. Like, sorry guys, I'm trying here. I'm trying. It's just like it's you have like one of the most insufferable cunts on earth versus one of the blandest guys on earth. And then we also have like Jagmeet Singh, and I don't know. It's just it's hard to really even the horse race aspect of it. It's just kind of creeping in very slowly, but we'll see. As Obama said, yes we can. Yes we can. Okay, so looking at Ontario. Be interesting. I think. Let me look at Durham. Maybe Durham is a. I think Durham's a conservative riding. Let me see here. Uh, yeah, Durham's a safe conservative riding. Aaron O'Toole has held it, or the conservatives have held it like since the. Let me see how long far back have they held it? Since like 2003. So I doubt really anything is going to happen. Um, that's interesting. Actually, if you look at the 2000 election, if you combine the Alliance and PC vote, they actually did better there than the Liberals did. I miss the Alliance, and I miss the Reform Party from back in the day. Once again, sorry guys if I sound a little bit low energy. It's just, it's late. It's past my, well, it's not past my bedtime. It's just, that's the unfortunate thing. That's why, in a lot of cases, the left beats people, beats conservatives. So a lot of conservatives just work for a living, and they're just kind of too tired of doing that and doing other stuff, like taking care of their kids or something, to be doing politics. If anyone wants a rain update, she's just flopped on top of my computer sleeping. She's like, "Look, Argent, could you just be quiet? I'm trying to sleep here." And that's just how she is. She likes the heat from the computer. There we go. If nothing else, I think that was one of the better parts of. Sorry, I'm talking about my cat. I'm trying to do some stuff here.
Hey,
Yep.
what's supposed to happen to the NDP, by the way?
I'm not really sure, to be honest.
I think they're polling just under 20%, which is pretty good. It's better than what they did last time.
So are they supposed to gain then?
I mean, I think so. I didn't really look at their seat projections. I just looked at their popular vote. I mean, yeah, it should translate into gains. But let me look at the polls. 1 second. Yeah, so the most recent polls have the NDP anywhere from about 18 to 20. Pretty consistently. And last election they got 16%, so that's a significant gain. But I'm not really sure what that's supposed to translate into in terms of votes. So yeah, I don't know. I can't really say. But I mean, Jugmeat's actually been I don't know, not doing too badly with them. They could certainly be doing a lot worse.
Do immigrants, once they get the ability to vote, do they vote for them or the Liberals?
Both. Depends on the area and the group, but I mean, I'd say just in my personal experience, the Liberals more often. I've lived around many immigrants. It's often very direct. I did door knocking once, for the Conservatives. And I had people just directly tell me, stuff like, that, like I had one guy tell me that, his elderly grandparents moved here to Canada and got, of course, unlimited free, health care. That's costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'm sure. But he had to pay like $1,000 in taxes to move them here. And he thought that was outrageous, and that's why he was voting for the Liberals. So So yeah, I mean, with immigrant communities, it's often pretty explicit. I remember also I've brought this story up before on my channel, but I had a professor who explicitly said one day her mom was an immigrant, um, and she said that her mom her entire life has been extremely loyal to the Liberal Party because she views the Liberal Party as the reason that she's able to be in Canada.
Okay, we'll get back to the election in a minute, but there's a picture of Rain looking down at me from the top of the stairs. See if I can find some other. Let's see here. Okay, let me see if they've called some stuff. Looks like they've made some calls in the western half of the country. Let's see here. Yeah, they're still waiting for stuff to come in. So it looks like Alberta is going to be the same. Manitoba looks like it's going to be the same. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess it's a little slower this year just because of I don't know if COVID or all the mail-in ballots or that kind of thing. But it's just taking a little bit. Well, there's Rain at the moment. Um, well, she just jumped off of me, but there we go. It's her lying in my lap. Wanting attention as always.
One thing I was kind of disappointed by is that Jody Wilson-Raybould didn't run again as an independent. Not, I mean, it's not that I care too much, but I know it kind of spices things up um, to have her in the House of Commons, even if she didn't really do anything. Kind of annoys the Liberals, it was fun. Wish she was still around.
Yeah, I mean, that whole thing was such a freak show. I think that just shows like what a retard Justin is. Because as I said, I think he could have done that in one of two ways. He could have either a just gone ahead and just told her to fuck off and not let her talk to anyone, or just apologized and come clean. I mean, he's just such a retard. He just doesn't really know what he's doing. He's unable to really commit to a course of action.
Oh, breaking news. In Bernier's riding, the Liberals are currently leading with 11 votes total.
Let's see here. Okay, so Rain has a very small head. Yeah, well, Rain's just a very small cat in general. Um, that kind of thing. I'm really sorry, everybody. I just don't have a ton to really say at the moment.
Oh, it says the Liberals are up 5 seats currently.
That must all be in
Uh,
Ontario, I'd imagine.
yeah, I
Or
don't
maybe
think they're really
Quebec.
calling.
I'm not sure. Let's see here. The Art of War, taught by Justin Trudeau, would be an amazing read. It would be an amazing read. That's definitely the case.
I don't really know how real like seat numbers are currently, like up and down, if it's really
Yeah, because I'm
how
looking at it,
final
it's
any of
like
it
all
is.
like 1 or 2 or something like that. So,
Yeah.
well, I mean, the writing. So someone's asking, is the election going worse or better than expected? I think it's just going like more boring than I expected. It's probably partially just because of COVID, so all the counting and stuff just takes slower. Like normally we have a lot more of it in by this point, so we should know though, fairly soon. As more keeps coming in. Let me think. Okay, well, I have to talk about
Well,
something.
I mean the PPC is at 4.5% in the popular vote now, and with the gains in the popular vote they'll make in the West, I think that means they'll probably get like 6-7% total, which is pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's the question. Like, why was this election even called? I don't think Justin was able to like even explain why, like what the point of this was. So I don't think he had like any real legislative thing he wanted to get passed that he couldn't get passed, or and there was another 2 years left until the next normal election, so there was really just no reason for any of this to happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, the real reason is that his poll numbers were really good. Um, he was polling at like 40% prior to the election being called. Um, and then just tanked immediately after he called the election. And a lot of countries with the COVID stuff, the ruling parties have gotten popularity boosts. And a lot of them cashed in on that with elections, but Trudeau clearly. I mean, even if Trudeau wins a minority tonight, and I think it's definitely looking like that's what's going to happen. Um, Still, it's definitely not what he was hoping for when he called this election.
Mm-hmm. So I'm saying it's the charismatic genes that he got from Fidel. Yeah, that's probably
I
the case.
do believe he is the son of Fidel, by the way. I mean, has there been any argument against that? I mean, it seems pretty clear to me.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's see here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's still really early, but it says the NDP are up by 4 seats now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know how late it'll be till like they've called most of this stuff or something like that. But yeah. So, are you gonna go see the Dune movie, Serp?
Yeah. It's released in Canada, isn't it?
Maybe it's being released this week. Let me just look that up because I'm kind of excited
Because
about it.
it's released in September before it's released in um, the United States. It's released in September worldwide, but October in the United States.
Cause I don't know, it's got I think really good reviews in Europe. It's out in Europe at the moment. I'm kind of excited about it just because there hasn't really been much to like look at in the recently. I'm looking forward to that. I think No Time to Die will probably suck, but I'll probably go see it anyways, just because there's literally nothing else on. Oh no, I think Dune comes out in October here. Oh no, that's in the United States. Let's see your upcoming releases in Canada. Yeah, it's in October. It's coming out. It's not coming out for a while. Wow, there's a lot of stuff coming out. That the new Halloween movie, which looks mediocre as fuck. Um, is that a new Paranormal Activity one? Let me see. When's No Time to Die coming out? I'm not sure exactly. Okay, guys. We'll see. I might go to 10:30 then. Um, if Pay comes back on and this gets to be higher energy, maybe I'll go a bit later. But it's just
I'm gonna go now.
okay. Good night, Serp.
See you, King.
Go have some chicken tendies. So, anyways, guys, maybe I'll just talk a bit about upcoming content while we're waiting. There's a couple Attack on Titan videos I've been wanting to do. There's probably going to be two Sci-Fi Pulsi. I kind of want to do an analysis of the series from a international relations perspective, like talk about realism and constructivism and liberalism and stuff like that. Because I do think that is a very kind of interesting, important aspect of the series. I also kind of want to do a Attack on Titan one where I just kind of go through the Eldian uh, Marleyan conflict and to try to get my take on that, and just to try to see like who's right, who's wrong, that kind of thing. So I mean that's on the list. I have a lot of stuff I need to review. Like I never got around to reviewing Hyoka. Um, I never got around to reviewing Konosuba. I never got around to reviewing a lot of stuff, but I mean that's kind of nice because it just means that there's like lots of stuff to do going forward. Are you gonna get Pokemon Diamond Pearl remakes or Legends Arceus? I'll definitely get the Diamond or Pearl remakes, but as for Arceus, I don't know. Anytime people start comparing anything to Dark Souls, it just makes me not really interested in it. Because, like, one of the things with the problem with the Souls like games is that none of them are actually Souls like, because they always make them a lot harder than Dark Souls, and they kind of forget the parts about Dark Souls that made it the way it is. Okay, so let's see here. So if we're looking at popular vote, People's is currently at 5%. Um, no seats yet, obviously. Uh, the the Greens are. Did they pick up a seat in Quebec? Well, we'll see. I don't know. It seems to be taking a while to count this time. The BQ is about the same. So according to this, the Liberals are actually up and the Conservatives are down. Review Evangelion if you want lots of angry comments. I've done a lot of Evangelion reviews. I've done like 5 or 6. Well, I mean, I reviewed every single episode. Oh, by the way, if people, let me just link to that actually. So for those of you who aren't aware, when I got, I think it was for 5,000 subs, I went through and I did a live commentary of every Eva episode, and into Evangelion, and that is up on Bitchute, and I'll post a link to that. I think because Bitchute sucks, I'm only able to have 25 videos in a playlist. So I think there's only 25. I think it's only up to episode 25. That is posted there.
Hey, I'm gonna get going.
Okay. Good night, man.
This is, this is just really the most boring election of my lifetime. God bless everyone. Subscribe to Settlers Lament. That's about all I have to say.
Mm-hmm. Good night, man.
Peace. You too.
Okay, so let's see here. All right, maybe I'll go back and I'll like edit this video and remove some stuff for it. Honestly, I might just tell PPP that I'll probably just finish the stream off. Pillow Tap, with regards to BitChute, okay, so the thing that happens with BitChute is BitChute does not save the thumbnail of the video you're uploading. So what winds up happening is you upload the video, you click save, it doesn't save a thumbnail, and the video can't finish processing because there isn't a thumbnail there. So if you go back to the video where like the settings of the video where there's the video that won't finish processing, and add in a thumbnail there, then that will finish the processing. So let's see here. Well, we had PPP on for a little bit. Maybe I'll have him on again sometime. It was nice talking to him. It's as I said, it's probably kind of weird given the kind of content he often makes, but I am a big I do really enjoy his stuff. He is a very charismatic guy. He's very quick on his feet. I mean, he was like did the best against Jim out of I think anyone who's ever gone up against Jim. So, but yeah. So it's always kind of like one of the nice things about the whole online thing is I've just met a lot of cool people on this over the years. Obviously, a lot of you guys in the chat, but I met Serp online, and he's a lifelong friend now. I met Terrellian online, and he's a lifelong friend now. Although Terrellian also lives in Canada, so I've seen him IRL. But no, you get to meet a lot of cool people online. Um, I don't know, like we were talking about earlier, or no, I think we were talking about that before we went on. It was just that's kind of one of the things with Jim is there's the whole like there's no internet friends, but a lot of people have internet friends. People are asking where can you subscribe to PPP. Let me just post a link to his channel in the chat. Okay, so I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to look at this for the next 15 minutes, and then at 10:30, we'll turn this off. So let's see here. I was just typing somebody a message. So, who's the base black lady? The base black lady was the person who came in third place for the Conservative Party. She was like a evangelical Christian or something like that. Do I smoke cigars? No, I do not smoke cigars. I don't smoke, drink, or do drugs. I mean, I take prescription drugs, but I don't do weed or any of that kind of thing, or smoke or drink. As I've said many times, I'm someone. Well, I have bipolar. I'm someone who's very depressive by nature. And when I was younger, I just decided that if you're someone who's prone to depression and who's prone to like abuse things to try to deal with that, then you should probably just stay away from the alcohol altogether. Alcoholism runs in my family. So yeah, in the conservative leadership race, because I voted in it, I went Derek Sloan, then her, then O'Toole. I'm sorry to say. I don't know. He seemed less bad at the time than Peter MacKay. You should try a cigar just to relax. Nah, the only drug I abuse is caffeine, and I kind of want to keep it that way. So it's bad enough that I drink too much coffee and energy drinks, but oh, okay. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. Pay. Oh, okay.
Aha!
Oh, hey, man. Oh,
Hey, buddy.
Okay, so I guess we're not. I was just kind of getting like worn out there. It's just, I don't know. So,
You're getting worn out. I don't blame you. Are we on the air?
Yeah, we're on.
Well, it looks as though the Conservatives are getting blown the fuck out. It looks as though Justin will be reelected. It looks as though it might even be a majority government at this point.
Well, I mean, I don't know because a lot of these ridings, just not very many polls have reported yet. So I can't see the mail-in ballots when they're counted, though, helping out
O'Toole
much. No.
Yeah, I think they'll be closer than they were in the States in terms of breaking one way or the other because Canadians aren't as partisan on that issue. I think a lot of conservatives like really buy into the pandemic and will be casting by mail. So I don't think it'll be that disastrous. But this is looking pretty bad right now for the Conservative Party. There's got to be a lot of soul searching from the Conservatives if this sort of result holds up. If Mr. Trudeau gets the majority, I mean, holy shit.
Yeah, I don't even know how that's gonna happen. If like it's just gonna be another like reform uh type thing where the party's just fucked for a decade or two. But I don't really know. O'Toole's behind
That's
in
what it looks
Durham.
like.
Oh well, nothing's come in yet, so.
Who knows? Who knows? It's so early to call, and that's why I was waiting to come on because I'm like, it's too early to call. It's almost like there's nothing in yet to say one way or the other. So I was kind of waiting to give you my analysis. I was waiting until you guys had litigated the 30 Years' War to its fullest, and explained that to me. Uh, we've lost Settlers Lament, eh? He's gone, eh?
Yeah, he probably went to bed. I mean, it's not as exciting as the American election. Um,
I don't know. I'm having a good time just sitting back and fucking watching it. The stuff I'm really interested in hasn't even trickled in yet. The Maxime and the Bose. I haven't even seen a update from that. Have you?
um, at the moment, the Conservative is at 370 and Bernier's at 90.
Oh Jesus. Well, let's hope that turns around. Because if not, it's a fucking nightmare.
Bernier's
I
in
think that's
fourth
pretty
there at the
early though.
moment.
Yeah, that's pretty early though. We'll see. We'll see. But I mean, the PPC is doing 4.5% nationally. That's pretty good so far. But the Conservatives, I really thought, actually, I almost thought, as we were watching those maritime results come in, I thought maybe this will be a Conservative minority. But the results in Ontario haven't been so promising. But again, it's so early. We just don't know. And we don't know what the mail in voting is going to be. But if you're getting tired and you want to send off, I get it.
No, I'll stay on it. I just it's kind of rough sometimes if it's just you and there's not anyone to like bounce off of. So
Yeah, I mean, you can bounce off the chat as much as you fucking can. I see a couple of my guys are in here. Try Fox is in here. Looks like Mellow Yellow is juice that I'm fucking in here. But I mean, so far there's not a whole lot of positive news to really report, other than that the People's Party is sitting at 4.5%, which isn't bad. Um, but the rest of it is a bit fucking shitty. I mean, the Conservatives are really not looking the best. I think when he gets to Alberta, it'll tighten up a bit, of course, for sure. It's just so early. And this is honestly like the Canadian election. It's usually pretty clear by midnight, at least, who's going to win. And I don't actually know if that's going to be the case tonight, which is a bit surprising.
yeah, it's coming in really slow compared to how it normally is.
Yeah, it's very slow tonight. It's almost more so like an American election with how slow it's coming in, and how competitive it is. The NDP map is kind of funny because they've like it's almost like they're like winning the biggest ridings. So there's a lot of orange on the map, but they're not doing tremendous. It looks like the Bloc is doing all right in Quebec. So,
Honestly, I'd probably vote for the BQ if I lived in Quebec.
well, I would too if I was French. I'd vote Bloc every fucking time. But right now, I was watching the Rebel coverage. I've been alternating between you and the Rebel and the CBC. Ezra's just coping. Like, Ezra's in like a whole world of cope. And I've been seeing in the chat them saying the election is rigged. There needs to be an audit. So already, and this is such a disturbing trend amongst conservatives, this idea of just like denying reality and that every loss is because it's rigged. Uh, it's kind of a disturbing trend to see. I wonder how long it'll be till Ezra starts saying that this election was rigged against the Conservative Party.
I mean, didn't
Couldn't
people say that basically when Rob won?
Yeah, I mean, people say this all the time. Look at this. Like, fuck, if you go and look at the Rebel News chat, it's just people going rigged, 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 depression, accelerate. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I don't even know what to say at this point. Like, let's hope Max can fucking turn a comeback around. The boss. Ezra's drinking a Dr. Pepper and he's doing the cope face right now. That's pretty funny.
Well, I mean, like, maybe I'll put that up. But I mean, it's Canada. I mean, what do you expect?
Well, I don't know, man. You can't really expect a whole lot. I wonder if Nick Fuentes is on Tyler Russell's show yet. Have you been following that? The Canada First guy that they have.
Oh, they've started a Canada First.
Yeah, so there's this guy Tyler Russell who's now Nick Fuentes' representative in Canada. He had Beardson on tonight. Fuentes is supposedly going to come on at some point. A lot of America First guys are showing him support. It's Tyler L. Russell on Trovo. At this point, it might even be worth fucking stream sniping that for a bit. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. Nick's not even there yet. It's Tyler Russell is now there. Like some Jewish old man. Like his federal handler has appeared, it looks like, beside him. This is some strange shit. Why is he with like a 60-year-old man? What the fuck is going on? But yeah, CBC News projects a liberal government. This is the projection from CBC. They have projected a liberal government.
Ezra looks like he's about to cry.
He does. He looks like he's having a mental fucking breakdown. Look at him. Holy shit, Ezra. This is it. I mean, this is pretty funny.
I did not expect this to happen. Well, then again, I mean, like, do we really know, even at this point?
We don't even know. I don't know. They're projecting a liberal government. I don't really know how they can project that yet. But, you know, I don't know. The first thing I said to you when I got on a call with you, we weren't on the air, was a liberal majority. And I thought there was a possibility of that. I was kind of joking, but maybe that's really what's going to happen. This is a very fair and honest election, and Mr. Trudeau has won a majority, and Canada gets what they fucking deserve. I'm getting drunk, Argent. I've given up. It's over. Hopefully I pass out and die of alcohol poisoning, Argent.
So you don't have to live in this? I mean, I don't drink, but I feel like doing that whenever it's Pride Month in Toronto.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you don't drink, man. At least you'll carry the torch of liberty for the next however long until you get thrown into a concentration camp. I'm hoping I die on the floor of my hotel room. Look at Ezra. Look at Ezra. Like, holy shit, man.
And who are these other weirdos that they have on?
Well, that's Sheila Gunn Reid on the far right, and then in the middle is like the diversity hire that he's just hired from Somalia. I was listening earlier. Apparently this black person's family is helping count the vote, which I'm not too fucking surprised by. This is fucking depressing as shit. Ezra is gonna have a fucking, like, breakdown. Like, look at him, like, the cope on his face, like, holy...
I'm not sure. Is there, or maybe you just fired up. I might turn the audio on and just listen to this a bit.
If the other journalists don't care about the crackdown because they're all in the media bailout take,
holy shit.
It's just more work for us to do. And
holy shit. Are you hearing him cry about the media bailout take? Guys, they're on the take.
If we don't, who will?
They're on the take. Are you able to stream this and we can commentate on this live, the Ezra Cope? This is fucking amazing.
Yeah, I just don't know how to stream it to you.
You're right.
Just
And
if
there
you do
really
a
is a
screen
lot of people
share,
that
you
I
should be
think
able
to
to
their
do it. But if
own
not, I'll just
degree
listen
are
to it
ready
and I'll
to
give my
fight.
commentary.
I've never had such a shift in my
This
emails
black
about people
woman's
just
giving us her
finally
hot
getting that there
take.
is something seriously wrong
There's
in
something
Canada and they
seriously
have to
wrong in
act in
Canada?
whatever
Oh, you just
capacity
learned
they're
that
able to
now?
now. So I believe good things are in store.
Boy.
Well, we'll do our best. We have to, the old saying, pray like it all
Oh,
depends
there we
on
go.
God.
Pray
Is
like it
that
all
Work like it all
depends
depends
on
on
God.
you. And we'll do a bit of both.
Yes.
And with the support of our
Ezra's
viewers,
praying like it all depends on
just,
God.
Dre, you've been to our offices several times, and you know that the walls
All
of
right,
our
I better get this
headquarters
loaded.
are plastered with the names
if
of our
it will
supporters
load.
on little
It
bricks.
should
And
load.
it's
It
not
was
just
working.
Tried to
names,
screen
they have little
share.
messages, too.
Here it
And
is. Here it
those
is.
little
You're good.
messages
You're good.
are encouragement, because I know that there are hundreds of thousands of supporters of ours who expect us to fill the void as best we can. And I know that you've done a wonderful job of that, Drea. And Sheila's been.
I bet Drea is really what conservatives
I'm
want
glad
to
to
see.
have
This
her to
black
give me a pep
person,
talk
this is
sometimes
really what
when I'm feeling a little
conservatives
down
in
in the
Canada
dumps.
want.
And we've got such a wonderful
Oh,
team. We had
Ezra,
17
no, bro.
reporters do work in this Canadian election.
17
A few of them only a few
reporters, and it
times.
didn't amount
But
to fuck
17
all.
people appeared on camera.
Let's be sure to give
for
these
our little
losers
company,
more money.
Coast to
Let's be
Coast.
sure to
And
give this
11
Jew more money.
reporters on debate night.
Is that the face
Unfortunately,
of
you
a
did not
man
put
who's
through on
been
the queue,
felted?
but we had 11 people on standby, and we
Argent,
actually
I'm
managed
glad
to
you
have
realized
more
that this
than
man
any
is
other
felted.
media.
They took
Justin,
away
can you
all his
find that
chips.
chart that Jonathan Goldsby did?
God, I really hope
was a
Trudeau
wonderful-
I
gets
think
the
we
majority.
tied, right?
You know,
really
the
hope
first
so.
time you
We
said
had more
felted,
questions
I
than
thought
anyone else.
like you were referring to like
That's
someone having
Anyhow,
their
Dre,
head
it's great to see
slammed
you again.
against
Thank you
All right,
the
guys.
felt.
holding the fort on the West Coast, and we look forward with great
Like,
interest to what
like a-
See, I
happens
didn't
when
invent
those
this
polls
term.
come in.
Yeah.
Like, this has been used in
All right,
poker
guys.
forever.
No, yeah, I
because I'm
looked
a
it up by the
There you
Unabomber.
have it.
Nigeria,
Humphrey on the
Yeah,
West
I don't know.
Coast.
I'm
See
just a
what you're saying?
degenerate, and I go
yes,
and
I see
gamble
CBC
poker and
projects a
stuff
liberal
like this,
government.
which I
Doesn't
shouldn't
say
do.
whether it's minority or majority, but they're already calling it.
Yeah. Well,
Sheila is
I
depressed.
don't think that's an unreasonable
you, Sheila. You
thing for them to
suck.
say based
I don't
on,
even know who is she.
Sheila is the most
had the
useless member
courtesy
of the Rebel News. Like, pretty
wait
much
until
anyone
the
else
West.
that they put on, I can listen
the
to one of
very
their
first
reports,
vote from the
but
West came in.
Sheila is terrible.
Yeah.
I admit
know
I
that
just
the
can't
information
watch
from
Canadian
the Yukon
news.
is not yet
I,
interesting in the Yukon, because that's a case where
Like,
Can
computer
anyone really blame you?
No,
Yeah.
like, because
was
people,
thrown
I
out
feel
Smith.
bad because a lot of my viewers were like,
because he said he
Argent,
didn't
we're
like the idea of
Americans, we're
mandatory vaccine
Europeans,
passports.
cover Canadian news.
And
Yeah.
that same
And I'm just
conservative
like, no,
was
I
150
can't.
odd votes
I
in the
can't
last
take
election.
it. It's just, it's the
I
worst.
see. I'm watching the CBC page, and I see they
Like,
couldn't even
look at
bother to get
Ezra.
a
Look
picture
at
of
the way
Jonas
he's
Smith.
looking.
Yeah.
Like, look at,
Which is
look at
odd.
him.
There's no picture for him.
Yeah. Well,
He's
Sheila,
everywhere.
There's been some incredibly generous super chats, Rumble rants, Odyssey
Ooh.
payments, etc. that come
Oh,
in.
yeah.
Like
Where are our
staggering
super
ones.
chats
I saw
at?
some for hundreds
Where is
of
the
dollars.
chat at to support Argent with some fucking super chats?
And Sheila, it's
Ezra's gonna
10:30.
read a $2,000
Why don't we
super
take
chat?
5 minutes and catch
Dear
up on those
God.
amazing Rumble rants?
Oh, let's take
I'm
5
blown away
minutes
by
to
them. I
grift
just
for
noticed
money.
them out of the corner of
Oh,
my
thank
eye.
you,
What's the
Do you
Ezra.
want to take a
Rumble
stab
rant?
at catching up on some of them?
Sure, I can. We've got a super U shout from my buddy
Those
Mike Mayer from Freedom Honey,
amazing
who's a veteran
Rumble
who also is with
Those
People versus
amazing
Predators.
super
Guys, go
chats
support
that are
them
all
because they
just
do all
saying
that
the
work,
election
keeping
is
predators
rigged.
out of your community, out of pocket, and he gives us $5.
Keep the
Thanks,
predators
Mike.
out of your community.
Cal Dyer gives us $10. Love you
Oh.
guys. Go PPC. We've got a hyper
What an
chat from
amazing
Buddy
super
for
chat.
Liberty, or Buddy for Liberty.
A
There are a bunch of
hyper chat on
libertarians in
Odyssey.
Ontario and one in New Brunswick. When people sit and see libertarians who weren't polled, then people go old school. It's possible
Alright.
even Maverick may get people
Argent,
to
what do we
rethink
do?
a
We're
PPC
facing down a
vote
liberal
later
majority.
on. They aren't polled either.
What's your
That's true,
message to
too.
people at this point?
Kane Enmark gives
I
us
don't
$2.
even
I
know.
voted early because I knew that they would not let me vote on the 20.
I think we're going to see a
Shamefully,
liberal
love you, Sheila, and
majority. It's at
shout out to Justin.
139.
Ready?
I mean, they need 31
Very
more.
What
snappy.
was that
I can't
cringe?
even imagine the company time you wasted on that thing.
I don't know. This is bad. And
Just
this is our
kidding.
biggest, most professional conservative news
John-
organization.
John
and,
Q Ghost gives us
it's
$100.
actually worse
I think
than
that might
even
be
this show.
American.
Thank you very much. That's great.
I think that might be American money
No
too,
more
like
thanks,
130
dollars.
bucks
I
Canadian.
appreciate it.
So he's from the
Well,
USA.
you know,
Thank
buddy,
you,
you
Rebel
need to
News, for your
step up. Like,
rationality
they just got
in
a
a time of
$100
insanity.
chat over
Are
there,
you
and this
watching
is the
us with
real
horror,
media.
John?
So
Because
you need to open your
should.
wallet and your heart to
Maple
Mr.
Jason
Argent.
gives us
Okay, open
50
your wallet
bucks.
and your
Holy cow,
heart.
very generous.
I've decided
Loving
to
your
go
coverage
full on
and
shell.
all that you guys do. Thanks very much. Thank you. Watching
Jesus,
from
the
the
NDP's
US
at
also,
20
but we
seats.
voted early. Love from Emilio
That's about
and
where they
Jason.
started
Well,
the
that's very
night
generous,
at,
guys.
right? What were
Thank
they
you
at,
so much.
24?
7
28?
gives us 100
What
bucks.
was the
Love what
NDP
you do.
caucus
That's
count,
so
28?
generous. What's going on here? Mrs. Greens, I know that this is Mr.
You know
and
what?
Mrs.
There's something
Greens.
I think I need to type
The
in this.
marijuana, not
tell
marijuana
them,
store, but
Argent.
marijuana accessories store from Northern Ontario. Mr. and Mrs. Greens would not be
damn it.
open
What is
today if
Bernier
it wasn't
doing?
for
I
the
just wanna see
inspiration and
updates on
support from
Bernier's
Rebel
team.
News. Always pay it forward. Much love. Sean and Daphne Donaldson,
This is so
Sudbury, Ontario.
shameful.
I don't want to say that I have favorite Fight the Fines
You
clients,
know,
but
all
these
the
guys were
people
pretty
who
fun.
voted conservative
really
strategically
excitable
right
for people
now
in the
ought to just
marijuana
go
industry.
bang their head
Very,
off the
not as
fucking
chill as
wall
I thought
until
they would be.
something
They're
useful
very
comes out.
spunky.
Really funny.
Anyway.
Yeah, you know what they're
I wanna pause
saying?
you there, even though we
Trust the
haven't got
plan,
to
the earth
some of
is
most
flat,
incredibly
patriots are in
generous,
control.
donations.
Yeah,
God,
patriots are in
sorry,
control.
I
Don't
said that
worry,
they
we're
gave us
gonna win
50
this
bucks. They
election
gave
once
us
all the mail-in votes are
$500.
counted.
Oh, I'm glad you caught that. Yeah, that's
I'm
amazing.
sorry. Guys, so generous. Thank you so much.
Oh
Appreciate
God,
that
I'm gonna
very
just
much.
start downing
Sheila, I want to
vodka.
push pause on the
I don't know if
super
I'm gonna
chats
make
because I
it till
hear in my
tomorrow
ear that we
morning.
have
Like,
Alexa Lavoie
I don't know, buddy.
on standby at the PPC
Really
headquarters
bad.
in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
This is
Like,
Have
so
you
sad.
ever heard of anyone
what
vote
news
block?
do
He
you
probably
have?
doesn't live
Hi
in
there. How are
Quebec.
things looking at PPC
Oh,
headquarters?
he lives in Alberta. Have you ever heard anyone in
Martin
Quebec
Bernier,
voting
did
block or
arrive
Alberta voting
recently.
block?
No, I
I
was just
had a
watching.
quick interview
No, I
with
was looking
him.
at their chat.
The mainstream media are there too. And I was
Okay,
able
I'm gonna
to
say
catch,
something that'll
the
probably be
mainstream
unpopular.
asking Martin
I
Bernier
actually
why
think that
the people are-
conservative, like, I don't know what you want to call it. Conservative new media is actually worse than the mainstream media when it comes to like fake
Isn't
news.
it? Isn't it? Nowadays, it really is worse because it's just like gaslighting people into believing delusions. It's really
I
bad.
lost some. So we differ a bit on what happened with the election. We don't need to get into that. But my issue is like, remember every single conservative news channel was like 100% chance Trump is going to become president. 100% chance this court case is
Tim
gonna
Pool, 50 state landslide. Tim Pool.
No, I mean like after the
Oh
election,
yeah.
where it was like, and I mean, I think there was shenanigans, but my point is more the people who are like 100%, it's gonna happen. The Supreme Court's gonna deal with it. Don't worry, guys. Just trust the plan. And then they were all just 100% wrong. And like, remember, I don't know if you remember like the shit that was coming up. Like there was like commandos who were seizing voting machines in Germany and like all this other schizo shit.
Well, I'll just say this, man. I mean, there's probably something to the idea that the election was rigged. I'm not going to ever say the Democrats play an election fair, but the idea that somehow we had this infinite level of control and that QAnon was going to... I mean, obviously it's been proven false, but people still believe it. And I just think it gives everybody a bad name because these people continue on with their obnoxious bullshit denying reality. And my whole point is, even if it was stolen, there's sweet fuck all we can do about it now. And, you know, if I'm going to sit there and die on the hill of Trump, like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it anymore. I defended him to, like, the literal bitter end of, like, election night and, like, even a couple days after. And then I was finally like, it's over. And people have to move on. They have to move on with their lives. They have to re-coordinate and do something else. Especially Canadians. Like, a lot of Canadians like me is like, we're coping with like, well, Trump's my president. Well, no, you know, you don't actually live in America. You're living under the Justo regime, and you're going to get justed under Justo. And it seems like we're going to be living under Justin for another 4 years of majority rule. I look forward to the unvaccinated being put in concentration camps, and I think that they should just kill the unvaccinated. I think that that's the only answer. I think that we just put 2 bullets in the head of everybody who refuses to take it, and just move on. And that's the country we live in. Thank God. Thank God for Justin.
I'm still like not sure. I don't know, dude, because it seems to be moving around quite a bit.
In terms of the election?
Yeah, like what's actually the final results is going to be. It's. I'm not okay. So I don't know. You can call this a cope or not. I'm not convinced it's going to be a liberal majority. Okay, maybe it will.
I don't think it is a cope, but like it's still up in the air. But so far as the Conservatives forming government, it's looking less and less likely. I mean, the CBC has thrown their projection down, and I've never in my lifetime seen it be wrong. But this isn't looking good. I think the more, yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say I don't. It's a majority is possible. I'm just not really sure yet. Just because like a lot of the ridings, not that much is really in.
I think in Ontario it's possible to see probably 10 or 15 of these seats swing away because it's still so early. But yeah, it's not looking great at all. God, I need more liquor. This is just look at this shit. It started off promising for the Conservatives in O'Toole. But it looks like the toolbox will never be Prime Minister. Whitby's gone red. How's Peterborough Kawartha looking? Does anybody know where the fuck that is on this map? That's where I'm at.
I actually don't even remember. Is that to the east of?
It should be a little bit north of Toronto. I'll figure it out.
Oh, there we go. Peterborough Kawartha.
It's looking blue right now by a big margin. My boy Paul Lawton, 289 votes, so 287 other people agree with me and Surfer.
Oh, okay. I have another super chat. Aileen Bordelon sends me $10. Thank you very much. It says this is for Ezra's GoFundMe. Yeah, it is.
It's kind of fucking fun to fund Argent here. Actually, give him some support, you fucking cheap bastards. But yeah, this is looking good for Michelle Ferrari.
And
this is
oh, sorry, go on.
This is a bellwether riding. Usually how Peterborough Kawartha goes is how the country's gone ever since I've been alive. So that is a bit of encouraging news for the Conservatives to take that back. As we go into Markham, it's looking like a sea of red, but this is still probably early.
Yeah, like
that's pretty dominant, but it's still early.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little speck of blue there in the GTA. Little speck of blue. Ooh, we're on the corner of Cope and Hope and Thornhill. Yeah.
Thornhill.
Shit.
I remember one time I was in Thornhill, there was a restaurant there. I wish I would have gone. It was called Ashkenaz Cowboy.
You should have went, dude. You should have done a review from Ashkenaz Cowboy.
That was like a decade ago. That was before I did my YouTube channel.
What's Bose looking like? Have a look at Bose now. And let's see what it's looking like. It's probably still conservative. Bose is conservative. Bernier is... Oh my god. Well, it's looking a bit better. But not much better. Still early. But this is...
I don't know. It's gonna be rough.
It's gonna be conservative. Abandon all hope. Leave this country. Go go find a wife in America or something, an abandoned ship. This is it. It's over. It's over. It's over, lads.
Yeah, like I know
I don't.
people say that. I don't know. It's hard because like I've spent my whole life in Southern Ontario. I don't really want to leave. It is kind of home, even if it is like.
I don't want to leave. But it's. Is that an NDP spec somewhere in Alberta?
Yeah, and, this is Saskatchewan and Saskatoon.
Saskatchewan. Burnaby South is Jagmeet's riding. Is he running that in BC? Behind by 0 votes. He's tied. Oh, Justin is leading by only 300 votes in Papineau.
Well, I mean, there's only like 300 votes in.
He's leading by every vote.
I mean, I'm still not convinced. I don't know. We'll see. I'm still not really convinced. I think it's going to be probably close. The Liberals. What did they go into this with?
They were, I think, like, what, 12 seats short? Let me see here.
They had 157 last time.
Yeah, so they were 13 seats short.
I mean, the Conservatives were 121 last time. The BQ were 32. I mean, it's looking so far like it's pretty much just going to be the exact same.
It is. It's going to be, realistically, when all the dust is settled, it's going to be, what, 4 or 5 seat shift either way.
Yeah, I think it's premature if they're saying Liberal majority.
They haven't said that yet. They've just projected a Liberal government, which I don't think is too unrealistic.
No, I mean, it is at this point. Like, what did Ezra think was going to happen?
I don't know. I think he really thought that
Bernier's been declared defeated with 18% of the vote, which sort of is. I thought he would show a little stronger. I wasn't confident that he would win his riding, but I thought that he would fare a little stronger.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's done. The People's Party
moderately
is dead.
Disappointing. Looks like, let's check in on Anime Paul. She is 4th in her riding right now.
I don't even know what to say.
Is that a silver
because she
lining
literally
that
never
she's
left
gone?
for the entire campaign. And
guess.
O'Toole, if we pop in
that's
at
one
O'Toole,
of the only positives to look
not
at.
a lot of polls reporting, only 8 of 217 reporting, but
I mean,
he is
look,
so
if
far
it's 118
with
to
50%
145,
Yeah, I would
it's
imagine
still pretty close.
He will pull it off tonight.
how
One thing
early
that
it
is
is.
interesting to me is that as more and more votes come in the West,
Hold on, give me a minute. I'm just going to take a piss. Hold on.
Total vote count ticks up. They're now at 4.8%. I looked at various polls throughout the campaign, and I have to acknowledge that most of the polls that put the PPC at 10, 11, 12% were from ECOS, which is run by a Liberal activist named Frank Graves. And he may have had some ulterior motive for doing so, because he was consistently highballing the PPC vote. And I won't lie, that got my attention, and I thought it was a possibility. But at least
that
so
could
far,
shift, though.
Yeah, it
Could shift as we come into the West.
Yeah, you're so right. Just scanning the total number of votes
Holy
counted,
shit,
1.5,
this is
about
painful.
2 million votes counted so far.
What are you doing, Ezra?
Of which
What
about
are you doing?
108,000 are PPC. Now, that is exactly double the Green Party. And as you mentioned, Anime Paul just getting smoked in her own
Just getting
district.
belted in her own riding.
I think she's out as the party leader. I don't think she was ever accepted. She's a black Jewish woman. That's a great poker hand in politically correct poker. Like, I mean, how many boxes did that check? But that's the thing. She was offside with her party in 2 ways. Number one, she wasn't Elizabeth May, and this is Elizabeth May's party. And number two, she wasn't anti-Semitic enough. And that party has become absolutely nuts in being anti-Israel to the point of anti-Semitic. And I think that she will be gone from the party before the end of the year. And you know what? I have no beef with her. She was actually the most respectful of the leaders towards our journalists at the debate. David Menzies put a question to her. Can we get David Menzies' question? David Menzies put a question to her, and she answered it. And
the BQ has more seats than the NDP because the BQ gets a whole bunch of the BQ just gets a large percentage of the vote in Quebec, and in a first past the post system, a lot of support in one area is often better than a little support everywhere.
That limited her ability to campaign anywhere other than her own riding. So she couldn't wage a decent Elizabeth May style national campaign, one that's heavy on the fossil fuels like Liz May likes it. But they basically said, no, you don't have any money for campaigning. We're tying the purse strings on you. And so basically they sacrificed their finish in this election just to make sure that she lost.
You missed Ezra said that she's been forced out because the Green Party is run by anti-Semites.
What?
All right, we're going to play the video of David Menzies putting a question
that
to
the Green Party fell apart because they were too
giving not a bad answer to it. And then we're going to go to Andrew Chappell.
I bet that's what caused the fall of the Green Party.
And his question to Andrew Paul.
Good evening, Ms. Paul. Hope you're doing well. Ms. Paul, clearly this debate
How
is
did David Menzies get an
club
interview with
for the
Annemie
political
Paul?
establishment. It banned
Now we're
Maxime
simping for
Bernier
her?
of the People's Party of Canada, even though he is ahead of the Bloc Québécois and Jerome Party, the Green Party, in the polls. It banned me and Rebel News from even reporting until the federal court said that was illegal. Why have you not spoken out against this?
I'm this close to punching myself in the head.
All voices should be heard in Canada?
I want to die.
Thank you for it. Thank you for the question.
I'm sorry, I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I can't.
What are you doing?
I just can't listen.
When you don't believe in Wakanda forever, buddy? Wakanda tribe?
I think she should go to Israel.
Where is Nick Fuentes at? Like, where is he at? He's not even showing up on Tyler Russell's stream. Can't even be bothered to fucking take the time to stop him.
I'm glad you exposed Nick. Or I could be that guy who's doing, like, Canada first. Because I would...
I don't know. I don't think I really exposed Nick. I think Nick kind of exposed himself. I think... the reality of it is the Catboy stuff is a little overblown, okay? But it was indicative of the larger problem, which is that he just doesn't seem to actually give a fuck. And he just has a big ego problem, and we saw that this past week with how he treated Culture War Criminal. I thought that was pretty disgusting. You know, Culture War Criminal is like, my buddy went to jail for you, and Nick's like, you're not a real member of this movement because you won't suck my penis. It wasn't even that. Like, he sucked Nick's penis so hard, but he just wouldn't suck Beardson off. And I don't know why anyone would suck Beardson off when Beardson sits there and is like, you know, we've lost, guys. It's over. You know, let's just bow down to the left. I don't want to risk anything. Nobody should risk anything for this movement. I think Nick should have excommunicated Beardson a long time ago.
Well,
Beardson's a slimy fucking weasel.
You covered. Beardson did like a 2-hour stream where he basically... I know he claimed it was the GOP, but he just shit basically on Nick for like 2.5 hours.
He did. He absolutely did, because he blames Nick for all of his problems in life. The reality is, without Nick Fuentes, Beardson would probably be fucking homeless somewhere under a fucking bridge. You know? Beardson should be grateful for what Nick has done for him in his life. You know, but Nick should have disavowed Baked Alaska. He should have moved his movement away from Baked Alaska and all these cringy retards. He should never have had anything to do with Catboy Cammy. It's just a shame to see a young, bright guy like Nick, who did have potential to do something somewhere, throw everything away and decide he's going to become a cult leader. But, you know, a lot of us could have seen this coming for a long time. I know you really wanted him to, you know, do well. We all wanted him to do well. but he's fucked it. He lied about AFPAC, which I think is really unforgivable.
No, I agree with you on that.
It was unforgivable. You have to tell people. It's like, look, if people want to come together and oppose the government, good. But they have to be aware of that we're under FBI investigation. We're under intense scrutiny. My bank account's frozen. I'm on the no-fly list. If you guys come here, you may as well realize that you're in active rebellion against the U.S. government. And you're probably going to go to jail. And that needs to be that's the reality. If you're going to overthrow the government, I mean, good on you. But that's not what the pitch was. The pitch was, this is just a fun political conference for conservatives. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine. You know, you're in congressional hearings.
Look,
where
we got
you're being...
Shaggett, who was personally invited. He's going to be there.
Well, and then the worst part of it all is after all the 1318 stuff comes out, Nick actually defends Chaggett.
It was just irony, bro.
It's like he's autistic. It's like, yeah, well, you know, he's not going to be a spokesperson for this movement. We have to disavow that. I can't even believe it. Like, I'm not a serious political leader. I'm not trying to lead Canada or whatever, but Nick actually tries to claim that he's leading shit. And if this is his leadership, it's only going to go to disaster. Letting Louis Theroux in to film. We saw what Louis and Baked was. With the editor's cut and the editing that Louis will do. Once that comes out, any credibility.
The damage control doc to counter the documentary that they allowed them to make.
But then the damage control documentary, it was, I mean, Nick basically doubling down on the idea that he's just an impressionable child. He doesn't know what's going on. His only friends are online. And he's just a young man that's misguided and basically pleading to the conservative establishment to let him back in. Was how I took it. Just looking at the way they filmed his house and, you know, his plaque that says you're a loser if all your friends aren't online, stuff like that.
The Cookie Monster?
The Cookie Monster. And it's like, fuck, man. Look, you want to do a political show and entertain people, that's fine. Okay? Nobody's ever going to tell you you're bad at that. But so far as actually leading conservatives or white people to glory, I mean, get real. Get real, dude.
I mean, so here's the thing that so with regards to AFPAC, I do actually think there is value in having a political conference. Because I know that is kind of a sign, like a lot of organized, like all the Conservative Party has that, the Liberal Party has that, then there's CPAC and stuff. I get that the idea was they were trying to have something in real life to try to show they're a serious movement. But no, I agree with you 100%. Like, if they were going to do that, Nick shouldn't have lied, like, blatantly to people.
This is the thing. People will take my position as I'm completely against political conferences and organizing. That's not it. My problem is a political conference where Nick Fuentes is the leader and you're putting your life on the line for him. That's my problem. Because I don't think
they're
really
monitoring my text messages. It's like, what?
It's like, fuck. It's just hard to get behind that. And even if you're like the most pro Nick Fuentes guy, like, you have to realize at a certain point that this guy is like high on his own supply. He thinks that he is the movement. I mean, he said the movement would be nowhere without him, which is just wrong, right? No, if the movement is just one person, it will never succeed. It can't just be a cult of personality behind the dear leader, especially when that dear leader is a Mexican child that's never worked a job. I just don't foresee him being our Fuhrer or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that upsets some people, but you just got to be realistic and look at it like, do you really want to go to jail or face censure for this man? I don't think so. You know, if you're willing to go to jail, good, but go to jail for something worth a fuck. Don't go to jail for the Mexican child leader who, you know, demands you pledge absolute loyalty to him on everything, or else you're not a part of anything and you're a loser and
You
you're
have
not
to
part of the
support
movement.
baked, macing, like random minimum wage employees, or you're disloyal.
That's where it starts to get fucking ridiculous. Okay, and I can get with the Groypers to a certain extent, but it's this stuff now, like this like cultish, like you will be loyal to me, you would be nothing without me, and the way he was just presenting himself to culture war criminal. I mean, I think that's the last straw. You could defend, okay, he had to defend the CPAC, he had to lie. But you don't have to go out into public and make yourself sound like a delusional cult leader douchebag. You don't have to do that.
I mean, like, there was other things I liked. Like, I thought it was good that they were going to try to start endorsing candidates and doing fundraising and stuff like that. I mean,
yeah.
Like, there's a guy on my server who actually does do lobbying, where he does call like House representatives and stuff and tries to get them to read like legislation and stuff. And he does do lobbying, and I think he actually has some success. And it would be nice if like I appreciated that. Like, I felt like Nick was actually trying to build something offline that would be a serious political movement. But it just, he's not a serious person, and it's sad because
no, but I mean, how many guys under the age of 25 or 30 are going to be that serious? I mean, Hitler himself said, you know, you shouldn't get into politics before you're 30 years old. I really agree with him now, and that's as somebody under 30 years of age. I just think that you're too immature, your views aren't formed right. You don't understand quite yet. You don't have the experience quite yet to understand how the world totally works. And you ought to just stay out of it in a serious fashion until you're 30. But the problem is the guy has, because he's got involved in it, fucked himself to where if he ever did run for office, he's going to be considered a joke.
Like the first time I saw Nick, I think he was giving a speech when he was like 18. I just said in 10 years this guy's going to be like unstoppable. But he just...
It could have been. He did have a lot of charisma. He is sharp. But it's, you know, when you're 18 and you have that level of charisma, that level of sharpness, if you don't develop and you don't improve, when you're 28, when you're 30, it's not that impressive anymore. People expect you to be able to do that when you're 28, when you're 30. And it just feels to me like he's kind of stagnating, doing his same show every night. That's the exact same, that he can't even have the level of professionalism to show up on time for when he's a dissident, when he's being censored off everything. And how can you gather and grow an audience when you can't even show up on time for your show? I mean, let's get real.
It's not like he has a normal job.
This is his job. This is his job. Wake up. This is your job. So do it right. But he fucked us all. He's just a lazy piece of shit. But what can you really expect? Because, you know, I'm only a couple years older than him, and I would have probably done the exact same fucking shit. But the idea, that he's like some super genius and we have to bow down to it, that's bullshit. You're not better than anyone else.
So, like, what was the optics check when they decided White Boy Summer was a good idea?
I don't know. It was basically like, we're throwing out optics now. That was the idea. Then what's the difference between you and the Wignats then? I don't really understand why we fought this brutal civil war against the Wignats only for you to become the Wignats. I kind of understand the idea, let's get rid of these people who are optically fucked so that we can try and appeal to normal people. I can understand that, but then if you're just going to turn around and become those people anyway, as soon as you purge them, then what was the point? When he's doing his speech at the CPAC and he's talking about it's going to be the most racist speech, the most anti-Semitic speech, the most misogynistic speech, I don't care if it's irony or that's trolling, it's terrible optics, and you know it, and you know right well. And that's where it starts to become, is this guy compromised? Because I don't think he's stupid. I don't think Nick Fuentes is a stupid man. He's either stupid or he's compromised now. You don't do something like that. I don't know. That's just me. And the other thing, too, is the amount of pushback you get whenever you say anything bad about Nick. When I first started making videos against Nick, it was during the Groyper War, because I thought he was getting a bit high on his own supply. That he didn't really have anything to do with it, and that it was his own supporters on the ground that were doing it. But what I did is I made videos that were very clearly satirically against Charlie Kirk and the neocons, where I was supporting them, but it was very obvious that I was clearly like concealing some sort of far-right leanings, and they jumped on it. They couldn't understand it was a troll. And from that point, I realized that they were basically fucking hopeless, because they're claimed to be these great trolls, these great fucking kings or whatever, of irony, and yet they can't even understand my trolling, which was pretending like I was a Charlie Kirk fanboy, just for fun. They couldn't even understand it.
Did they flag your channel?
They did several times, and they were one of the only groups that's ever done it to me. The only people I think that have ever flagged my channel is the Groypers, and I think maybe Gator flagged it one time when I made a video against him. Other than that, I mean, every other guy that I've ever went after, Mike Enoch, whatever the fuck, never had issues.
I maintain that 90% of the right-wing channels that get taken down are by, like, other people in the same sphere. I don't really think the left flags that many channels down, to be honest.
No, well, they're not even paying attention to this shit anymore, because they know they won. They're not looking at my channel. Like, they don't even understand the things I'm talking about on my channel half the time. The left isn't the threat to my channel. The threat to my channel is bum-hurt right-wingers that can't handle criticism from an obvious troll and a fat retard that showed his anus. I mean, honestly. And if you're going to be torn down by a fat autistic man who showed his anus, you don't really deserve anything. You don't deserve to lead anyone. If anything I say can damage your ability to lead a political movement, you are fucking doomed from Jump Street. And that's basically been my whole point ever since that. It's like, if this shit is ringing true coming from me, how much more so is it going to ring true coming from the mainstream media when they rip you to pieces? Or from somebody with more credibility? And people have to handle that. If they can't pass that test, then they don't deserve to lead. If they can't handle being made fun of by me, they're fucked. That's how I look at it.
Oh, sorry, just back to the election for a second. So, Liberals are at 154, Conservatives 122, NDP 29, BQ 29. So, it looks like it's basically exactly the same so far.
Yeah.
So
and the People's Party
had 157, and last time the Conservatives had 121. So, yeah.
What's the outright popular vote looking like now?
Let me see here. So PPC is at 5%. Oh, I always wanted to wonder, why did you choose People's Populist Press as your screen name?
Well, that was around the time the People's Party of Canada had formed.
Oh, okay.
So I thought, and I thought, oh, PPC, PPP, that goes together. It's 3 Ps. It's easy to remember. And also at the same time, there's kind of that kind of funniness to it where it's PPP or poo 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 and it's not too fucking serious or whatever. So I thought it was a fun fucking name. But at this point, it doesn't even really matter. Jesus.
No, I was just curious.
It's interesting here. You look at the Liberals have only got 65 check marks to 75 for the Conservatives.
Probably because of Western Canada.
Yeah, it hasn't come in yet fully.
No, I think they've just called it already.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like, it looks like they've called basically all of Alberta. Let's see how well the PPC did.
Yeah, okay, 12%.
12%.
That's a bit of that pushback against Kenny. At 21%? Okay, oh, sorry, exit out of that. Scroll down. Did Peterborough get called? Yeah, Michelle Ferrari has won in Peterborough with 42% of the vote. Sorry, Miriam. Cabinet minister goes down for Justin. Fuck you, Miriam, you cunt. Fucking hate you. Your fucking office on Bethune Street was a disgusting hovel. It made me ashamed. Fuck, when I used to live up in the West End, the Conservative office under Dean Del Mastro was always better run. Fuck you. Anyway, thank you. But yeah, the People's Party is doing better out west than a lot of people expected. Some of these that looked like there was 20%, 12%. These are good numbers. Jagmeet's only leading 21 votes.
Oh, but there's been like 20.
Very early. So early.
Yeah, Birdie got felted.
They gave the check. Whoa, dude, that's a big feltoning. I think at this point he has to step down as leader. No. That's it. His movement's dead. Wow.
So, I mean, yeah, so in like some Alberta ridings, it looks like they're going to get like over 10%, but I mean, it doesn't really matter.
It only matters in terms of, how much of their expenses are going to get refunded and things like that. And for official party status and stuff like this. But, I mean, without a seat...
The salt that they're going to generate, if they get like 5 to 10% is something.
But it's not even fucking their fault. Like, the Conservatives just couldn't get it done. It's not even the People's Party's fault. But look at that, 8% in an Ontario riding for the People's Party in a seat where the Conservatives won. You look in Kawartha Lakes, yeah, Northumberland, Peterborough South, Philip Lawrence has carried that seat.
Let me see if they have popular vote by province. Let's see here.
But I think at this point we'll probably go maybe another 20 minutes, and then it's like basically we know we're looking at a liberal minority government again.
I mean, when I said it was a nothing poutine, I wasn't expecting it to be like the exact same.
It looked like the Liberals might get this majority, but it's very much slowed down.
Well, I mean, the numbers are exactly the same as they were. Well, I guess the NDP picked up a couple and the Greens lost one, but...
And the Prairie's People's Party at 10.9, 10.4 in Alberta. 7%. I mean, they're gonna cross 5% nationwide for sure. Look, based on these numbers. I can't believe Maxime's already been counted out in the Beauce this early. I mean, I don't know how he can justify that.
No, it's sad. It's really sad.
Man, it doesn't get much worse than this.
Let's see. Let's go back to Rebel.
So far,
let's listen to Ezra.
The win of the night. And I bet you, well, she can't go back to Afghanistan now, and I wouldn't want her to. She would be killed if she went there.
Yeah, this is the win of the night, is Miriam Monsef getting unseated in Peterborough.
that she was the dumbest cabinet minister other than Seamus O'Regan, or are we talking about Talib Nur Mohammed or
They put
someone
her
else?
in charge of
She
electoral
really is
reform, and she
dumb
delivered
as a bag
jack
of
shit.
hammers. And lucky for the people of Peterborough, they appear to be liberated from her. So that's some good news tonight.
If you look at David Menzies' report,
No, I was just going to say, could you imagine shaking
I
off the
can
Taliban
celebrate
for
that
20 years and then
myself,
Miriam
personally. That
Monsef
is a
comes
big
back to
win.
Afghanistan to represent you? Like, those people have been through
Yeah,
enough.
go back to
I'm glad she
Afghanistan.
stayed in Peterborough.
Harlot.
Yeah, I was just going to say that David Menzies' report with Afghan immigrants are a good sign of they don't want people speaking like that about the Taliban, and that there
we
is
got 80
a cultural norm
Afghani
where we're calling
immigrants in
people who
Peterborough
committed
now.
terrorist acts and ruined a country for the better part of 2
It's fantastic.
decades.
80 refugees,
are
free
brothers.
hotels,
Nobody agreed
free
with that
food.
at the protests that they had.
Bless
Nobody
them.
else was saying that, I think, except
Is
for
that your new group
liberal
you're gonna
headquarters.
pretend to be
It was
a
really
Afghan
badly
refugee?
handled.
I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to start putting shoe polish on my skin.
She could have said she had
Please,
please,
there, I am just a helpless refugee. I just need some help today.
And this is
Please.
how it is, you guys. Believe us.
That's what I'm going to have to do. On the homeless grift in Justo's Canada.
Like, I don't think she's ever written a word that of her
Fuck
own.
you,
that she's
O'Toole.
said. I'm looking at the map. And
All right, we've got an anime avatar in here. How goes it, Serp, Kerp?
Usually accompanied by the adjective, the vote-rich Greater Toronto area, and it's true.
Is this about to be one big nothing poutine once and for all?
Yep, it looks like the numbers might be exactly the same.
Looks like the polling data was 100% correct, eh?
Did the NDP increase?
Yeah, the NDP, I think. Yeah, the NDP picked up quite a
They're
few.
up 2 seats. They're up 2 seats right now, eh?
Oh, I was looking at one that said 5.
They're all kind of over the place. I think some people are calling them at different times.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I wouldn't have minded the New Democrats doing a bit better than they did. But they're in the shit. I don't know. I don't think Jagmeet can justify his leadership after this. It's just not good enough.
Like the next 20 years of the country is just going to be just in minority governments.
I think so. I think he'll be prime minister for another 10 years. There's Sean McDonald, 14%. Good
so
for the PPP.
I don't know that much about Canada. So in the United Kingdom, right, people usually resign after 10 years. Does that happen in Canada?
Sometime. I mean, I don't know. Justin's father was prime minister for how long? 15 years?
Yeah, I think the norm now is generally to not serve that long, but it's Justin, so who knows?
Yeah. But this will, I mean, he's going to hit the 10-year mark, I'm sure. This will probably coast him through to 2025. At least to 2023, and then we'll see what happens. I think the big takeaway here is, unfortunately, that the People's Party is kind of dead. I don't know. I still don't feel like I threw away my vote. But Max really should have won that seat in the Beauce. It's really tough.
I admit, I kind of... The idea that the Conservatives were cost their government by the PPC kind of brings a smile to my face.
Yeah, I mean, fuck them. If that's what actually happened when we sort all this out and the dust settles, then fuck them. They don't deserve shit. Oh, fuck. This, it's just depressing.
So what you're saying is that Aaron O'Toole running as Justin, a blander version of Justin Trudeau, didn't actually work?
Well, earlier in the night when we were seeing the Maritime results, and they were talking about how the Conservatives were taking Green Party votes and that the Conservatives had finally assuaged people on their environmental bona fides. I thought, did it really work? Did he really convince liberals that he was the progressive solution? And then, of course, reality hit me, and and reality hit all of us, and we realized, no, of course, that didn't actually happen. And he didn't do shit. Robert Doucette here is ahead in Saskatoon West.
Look at that.
It's close.
Chat.
It's close. Kevin Boychuk holding 6%, holding the line for the PPC. That would have been a Conservative seat. If you cocksuckers hadn't been such faggots, it would have been a Conservative seat. Oh, sorry, I used the bad words.
Okay.
Okay, well, I just wanted to check in and see if anything happened.
Oh,
no, buddy, nothing happened. It's depressing.
Okay, well, that sucks.
What
anyway, have a
anime
good
is
night.
Your profile picture, bro.
That one? That's Genocyber.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. I'm currently on my Gay for Pay arc where people pay me to review anime.
Oh, you have a YouTube channel? What is it?
It's Dakka, Dakka, Dakka. I was reviewing, what was it? It was like a dragon maid show where a dragon turns into a maid. I was reviewing that.
Was that Gator's favorite anime?
No, his favorite was about this like NEET that was a virgin that died, and then he was reincarnated into feudal Japan.
Oh, okay, one of those.
Yeah. Now I've got some requested reviews for what the fuck's this called? Kaguya-sama? Love is War? Have you heard of this?
Oh, I didn't like that one.
I have
don't know. All I know is Genocyber is bizarre, gory, and I mean, I think the plot line is that there's a new world order that exterminates like 99% of the human race, and then it's about yes, and then it's about some mech girl that's like some demigod that like defeats the new world order.
Sounds eminently fappable, my friend.
Yep.
I hope that you have a good one.
Night.
Night, pal. See you in the morning. Oh, fuck, Argent. We're in hell. We are actually in hell. We cannot escape. I don't know what to do. I'm not even drunk enough to comprehend this, man. I've only drank like 450 milliliters of vodka.
Well, I mean, at least they're not having a majority government, I guess. That's something.
We'll see when all of it's totaled somehow. But by tomorrow morning, Justin will be at 170 seats on the nose. I don't know. If he doesn't get a majority, though, it kind of does blow up in his face and he looks like a fucking idiot.
For wasting everyone's time with an election that changed nothing?
This was a waste of everybody's time. I don't even know how the Conservative backers can be upset that Aaron O'Toole didn't win. Does anybody really want him to be Prime Minister? Honestly, I would have been happier with Peter MacKay as Prime Minister at this point. Fuck.
Do you like... I love the narrative that Andrew Scheer lost because he was pro-life.
Well, that was the whole argument, but that's not why Andrew Scheer lost. Andrew Scheer lost because he was a human sock puppet. That's why Andrew Scheer lost. Those are the facts. I mean, he was the most unlikable man. He was the weakest, saddest, most milquetoast man.
Okay, he's not as bad as Tim Hudak. I think Tim Hudak was worse.
Yeah, well, Tim Hudak is the very definition of like a human sock puppet. Tim Hudak reminds me of the villain in Measure of a Man, the Star Trek episode, Maddox.
Yeah.
Ever seen that? That's who he reminds me of. It's just the most unlikable sort of person. It could be worse. I mean, it could be worse, I guess, than Andrew Scheer, but not much worse. So this is what we're looking at. We're looking at a liberal minority government with about the same seat count as last time. The New Democrats, I guess, are about the same, maybe a couple extra seats. The Bloc look about the same. The Greens lost a seat. And the People's Party has nothing. Let's see what Chad has to say. I don't know if there's even anybody there, but let's see what Chad has to say. Is the Conservative Party of Canada just a cacistocracy? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but probably. You're more learned than I. If Aaron O'Toole was PM, it might do permanent damage to the Conservative Party because he is so incompetent. Yeah, no doubt. Drink more and move to Wisconsin. Your blood alcohol content would fit in with their resting point. Yeah, no doubt on that. People in Wisconsin are degenerate drinkers. PPP will suffer forever with those anime reviews. I will be. 10% PPC in my nickel belt riding with the cons at 27 and the libs at 32. We actually stole it from the cons. Mission accomplished, Gus. Mission accomplished, Gus.
I'm going to be honest, though. I don't know how much of it is people who wouldn't have otherwise voted. Who voted PPC, and how much of it is a swing vote.
I'm going to guess less than a third of it is a swing vote. No. It's maybe it's 50-50, but I think probably close to the majority of it is people that have never voted before or wouldn't have voted otherwise, that were pissed off about the mask issue and the vaccine issue. I don't know. I'm going to stick around for 7 more minutes, and then we'll probably bring it to a close. Vote Canadian Nationalist Party, PPP. I don't know, Brother James Strang. The Canadian Nationalist Party is run by that Travis Patrone guy who seems like he glows pretty bright to me. I don't know him personally, but I couldn't advise anybody to actually throw their life behind that. Jeremy Carroll, rough times for us right-wingers lately. Fingers crossed on Bolso. Are you talking about Bolsonaro? I just don't know enough about Bolsonaro to say anything, although a lot of people say he's based.
There's a meme that there's going to be a coup in Brazil. Because from my understanding, basically all of Bolsonaro's initiatives have been shut down by the Brazilian Supreme Court. So...
Krasma says, so the elections were for nothing. Yeah, that's right. IKEA, the Etherman Trudeau will stay sadly. Very sad. Very sad. Gus, so are the unvaccinated being shipped off to Nunavut now, or what? Yep. That's where all the unvaccinated are going.
Is there a shittier place, like, on Earth than Iqaluit?
I don't think there could be.
I mean, I guess maybe Africa, but...
It's just a question of, do you prefer your weather hot or cold? I don't know. I mean, it's pretty desolate. At least in Africa, you could eat coconuts off the tree or something. In Iqaluit, you're just fucked. You're not making it, bro. How long am I going to be stuck in a hotel until I run out of money and die on the streets burning courts? Thank God. Or I find a job. Call me Catcher 5000. Considering where it is, I wouldn't be shocked. Not sure what it means. Justin will give way for a woman in about a decade as it's 2031. Well, Canada's already had our first female prime minister. So it's only a matter of time till we get the second one. Iqaluit has a Timmy's. That's good. Oh, jeez. Is there any signs of life from the Conservatives right now, Argent? It looks like they're doing well in this part of Ontario, eh?
Yeah,
outside of the GTA.
It looks like they've picked up 2. Maybe. I mean, once again, who knows what the actual... There's also mail-in ballots and stuff like that, so... I'm expecting it to maybe move around a couple here or there. I don't think it's gonna, move enough to significantly change it. But it'll probably move up or down a couple for different people. The popular. So it looks like the polls were accurate. The popular vote. The Conservatives won the popular vote again.
Well, here's the good news. Ethan Ralph's bank account has been locked.
What? Wait, what happened?
Yeah, Ethan Ralph's crying out on Twitter about his bank account being locked and that he's going to take every dollar out of the shithole institution that is his bank tomorrow or something. Fantastic.
Why would you tell... well, yeah, I guess.
Why would you tell the world that your bank account is locked? I don't know. Ralph will try and say PPP lost, but I mean, Ralph reveals more embarrassing details in his tweets than what happened in my entire fucking battle with Serp.
Well, you're not engaged to Pantsu, so I think you won.
At least I'm not involved in bestiality with the fucking pedophile horse. Positive. Oh, fuck, buddy. Alright, let's get into our closing thoughts for the night. Argent, how do you feel about this election, man?
I mean, I guess it's like it's okay. At least we don't have just a majority government. So hopefully it'll kind of just limp along with not much happening federally for the next couple of years. I think that's probably the best case scenario.
Pretty much. I'm currently hoping as a jobless piece of shit that the New Democrats force the Liberals to extend the Serb and pay me more money. This has really worked out for me personally in my economic interests as a low-level scumbag piece of shit and a lazy bum. So, we got to look at this as a victory for all the low-level, lazy pieces of shit in this country who hopefully are going to get continued COVID benefits. But I think the bottom line is all of your election analysis, Argent, was completely correct. It was the nothing Putin election. Nothing happened. It was complete garbage. My big takeaway also is that Miriam Monsef has been removed in my hometown. Fuck Miriam Monsef. Fuck her Bethune Street office. Fuck her and the horse she rode in on. I hope she fucking dies. That whore. That Jezebel. That swine. So I'm happy. At least. But that's it. I mean, that's all. We're felted. The People's Party I will not vote for again. It was not a significant enough improvement, in my opinion. Maxime needed to win that seat. If the party wants to try and continue with somebody else as the leader who can actually speak English, maybe that will be the answer. But what do you think, buddy? Are we fucked? Is it over?
Well, I mean, we've been fucked for a long time. It's just, I don't know. I mean, are we more fucked today than we were yesterday?
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's
no. It's the same shit. But yeah, man. I wish you the best. I hope that some people tuned in for me. I know it wasn't the craziest performance or whatever. I'm not even that drunk yet.
No, I'm really, I'm kind of almost happy that no, insane drama happened. It was just really nice to kind of sit down and talk to you.
Yeah, it worked out fine. We had a somewhat intellectual discussion, although I would never really classify myself as such. But it was good. It was good talking to you, man. And I hope that you're doing well. All right?
Okay, you too. Good night, man.
All right, I'll tune out now. See ya.
Okay, everybody. So that's about the election tonight. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I don't know what else to say, but just God bless. Sleep well, and I'll talk to you all later.